Morning, y'all. We got our morning stuff to do. Have to go run downstairs and get a bottle of water as well. Okay. Let's quickly check the microphone. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. I think it sounds good. I think it sounds good. Yep, sounds good. Okay. Drink out the water. There's like barely nothing in here. Go get some water from downstairs. Okay. Okay, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Let's throw some kicks. Punch. Okay. Back bend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay. Let's go. Nice. I just saw 6:19 on the timer. That's dope. Okay. On an angle there. I don't like when my nose is runny. So what I'm going to quickly do is, it's a little bit cooler. I like this. It's comfortable. So I'm going to go up and take care of my nose quickly. All right, let's get rolling. Let's get rolling. Foundation. We talking about that foundation, y'all. How everything, the key to everything, foundation. Key to foundation. The foundation to reality, the foundation to it all starts with you. Everything that you desire can be found within. Because the foundation to living your greatest life, it does start with you. That's why, like, if I'm to really make a book, it is going to be a one-pager. Make it 7 principles, for 7 chakras, or make it 9 principles. But the answer in the end is you. Be all, end all, it's you. It doesn't get any more simplified than that. Reality's foundation starts with you. Like, I saw Nero, he did a great post. Like, we're not going to bypass. Bubba, stay. We're not going to bypass, we won't be bypassing the fact that, a lot of people like to do the spiritual gaslighting, like that everyone's equal and has equal privileges, because that's not true. While we all have the same ability with the mind, everyone's situation is slightly different. And because of that, it's not equal. Like, he was talking about how a girl in Gaza and a boy from London, do they have the equal privileges? No. However, the foundation to everything is the same universally. Universally, we all have the same ability to bring forth what we desire from within. Because that's the foundation. We have that ability. I'm going to go this way today. I'm going to head on this way. Universally, we have the foundation, all of us. We all have the same ability to bring forth everything we ever desire into our reality. Now, again, if someone like people in certain countries, like he was talking about Congo, Mali, those places that don't have the same opportunities like Canada and America. Like, there's, like I said, there's less developed countries and there's more developed countries in the world. But as a human, we all have the same ability to bring forth things from within. It's universal. Now, again, situationally, there are some who are in environments who are in hell. There are a lot of people. Oy. Oy, oy, oy. There are a lot of people who are facing a lot of difficult things in their life. And that doesn't matter where they are. Mental torment is a real thing. Being attacked in the mind is a real thing. I saw someone I love dearly and who is still going through it right now. Alexandra. She's being attacked by the cabal. She has all these opportunities, she has all these gifts, but her mind right now is completely decimated. She can't really speak. She's like, when I hear her speaking, like it doesn't sound like her, right? So, the foundation to reality, all of us have that same, universally, we're all equally the same in that capacity. But when it comes to where we were put on the planet, well, we chose to be we chose it. We chose all this. We chose to go through exactly what we go through. We chose to have the experience so that we could up level and evolve. And when you know that you're the creator, and I'm only now starting to kind of get back into the swing of things, it's still not quite fully settled in, but I could tell myself, no, it is settled in now. And really feel and embody that. And when you know you're the creator and you brought forth all these experiences, you start to empower yourself. Now, of course, again, we're not going to be spiritually gaslighting what someone's going through in different parts of the world. Like, someone will be saying, well, the girl in Gaza asked to have a bomb thrown over her head. If she's a little girl who's like 5 years old, her brain, her mind didn't do that. No. But she did choose to go there as a soul for whatever lessons that she's going to have to endure. We do some gnarly things, y'all. We pick some gnarly experiences just for our soul to evolve and grow. Mine so happens to be regarding wealth. And funny thing about this is one of my gifts is bringing wealth creation into reality and helping others to build wealth. And yet right now, it seems like a contradiction that how can you talk if you haven't even built any wealth? You have nothing right now. You're at $54, right? $54 in your account. It might be even less than that. Like, that's the last little bit of it. And you're like $28,000 in deficit, which I don't call deficit. I call experience, because that was all experiences. I used it to help me in all kinds of ways. 4 trips to San Diego. It helped me in New York and Vegas. It helped me. Basically, it's helped me in the last 3 years. Investing in myself with my healing, with my using it for like Reiki and Theta healing, getting certified in the master levels, getting the foundations of healing principles done. Even if one client pays me $1,000 a month, that would be enough until, but I have the ability. I have that ability to bring forth a single client. I'll have more than one client, but yeah. I know everything's unfolding exactly as it's supposed to. I know it is. So, back to the foundation, universally we all have that same power within us. The issue is or where we are in the world doesn't make it seem like we do. Like, again, a girl in Gaza, or like a boy in London, as Nero would say, right? Do they have the same equal situations? No, not even close. Not even close. We're gonna go walk on this side. Excuse me. I want to give a shout out to quickly before we continue. Good morning. I want to give a shout out to Roxanne. Happy birthday, Roxanne. Love you, sister. Enjoy your day. Have a beautiful day. May today be filled with lots of love and blessings and happiness for you and your soul. And hopefully you, not hopefully, I trust that everything is great with you and all the best. Yesterday was Melissa Bright's birthday. Happy birthday to that sister as well. Only the best to you as well, Melissa Bright. And I know everything's unfolding for you as well. And you take care of yourself. So just giving 2 shout outs to some birthday girls from yesterday and today that I didn't get to do for Melissa yesterday and for Roxanne today. Now, back to foundation. Universally, every one of us is equal. Universally. Like, from the core of who we are equal. From the soul, we are equal. Now, that's where it starts to deviate. Is all of our bodies equal? Well, that's questionable. That's a perspective. Some of us are, much stronger physically than others. Some are more flexible than others. Some are more naturally gifted in terms of like their physique. I know some genes can come into factor, but I really don't like to entertain that genetics is a part of this, but it is from the human degree, from the God degree. Genetics mean jack squat because you're one with the creator. You picked your body exactly as it is, and it takes a lot of preparation for your body to be where it is. Like it knows, like when you chose your body, exactly what it's gonna endure, what it's gonna have, what it's gonna face, what's its strengths and weaknesses are. But foundationally, getting back to the oneness, we're all one and the same. We're all equal. We're just all vibrating at different consciousness, at different frequencies. That's why there's 8 billion different frequencies emanating on one planet. Don't really want to walk behind him, so I'm gonna take a lap. I'm gonna take a lap because I don't really want to walk behind him and film. I don't like walking behind people. So we're just gonna go take a lap because we gotta go hang on that bar. So we're gonna kind of do a lap, a little loop around here, since we haven't done this in a while. Plus it kind of changes things up a little. But foundationally, universally, we all have the same creative ability or creation ability within ourselves to bring forth, and that's using our imagination. We all have the power. That's where we're all equal. We all have that same equal ability to use our imagination. No one's imagination is better than the other, but what gets in the way is what you choose to entertain as real or true, or what's believable or not believable, what is possible and what's not possible, because that's where we start to stray. And this is where we start to see the differences between us. Again, universally, we all should be quadrillionaires or whatever. Insert number. We all have that ability to be that. Now, do you believe that to be true? Well, that remains to be seen. It's questionable. Do you have the mental fortitude to sit in meditation, or just close your eyes and vividly imagine it? Like this morning, I'm gonna be real, because I've been, having a little bit of a back and forth with my energy. My brain, my mind, was having a little bit of a difficult time, even though I was in a relaxed state, to visualize my supra. And I know I visualized my supra. I felt it many, many times, but today it felt like it was a little bit challenging. So there's all kinds of factors that get played. I like this house. It's very nice. I like new house energy. I like big house energy. All those things play a factor. By the way, this is where my brother and my sister, this street is where they used to come for their babysit when they were babies, like go to the babysitter. And there was these like kids that used to live here that I used to come and visit as well, and we would play video games with, but I haven't seen them in, like, I don't know, 25 years. Ileana and Jeremy. It's actually when the N64 first came out. Jeremy and Ileana had an N64 before I had mine, and I was still rocking an NES. That's all I had. I had an NES. I didn't even have a Super at the time. I've played the Super. I borrowed the Super many times. They lived in this house here. They're not there anymore. And then I finally got my N64, and I would bring my games over, and we'd be playing like Perfect Dark and GoldenEye and Mario. Well, they had their version of Mario Kart. I had Mario 64. What else? I had Diddy Kong Racing. That was a really good game, Diddy Kong Racing. Yeah, I also had what else? WWF No Mercy, WCW NWO Revenge, Donkey Kong 64, Smash Bros. Can't forget that. And I'd come here and play hours and hours. While my brother and my sister came here, I'd be there with, I would, Mom would pick them up with the car, because we lived at that house over there. And I would ride my bike back, because I didn't need to be picked up. All right, now we're back at the spot with the bar. I gave that dude some time to walk ahead because I didn't want to walk behind him. So we took some extra steps there, which is good. Anyways, that was a little side tangent since we walked through that street. Again, to the girls, the people who are facing very tumultuous things that are like sending, like death is like looming every day, like they don't know what to expect. I'm really sorry you have to go through all that. Things like that shouldn't happen, but at the same time, it gives us, others on the, on other parts of the planet to realize, hey, we're actually quite lucky. We should be grateful to where we are. It could be 10 million times worse for each of us. Imagine being like having to run for your life. I remember there was one time, it was here, where it was in a mall, and there was a shooter. He came into the mall and he started shooting up things. And we all had to run for our friggin' lives. This was when I was much, much younger. And I'll tell you, like, that was one of the most scariest shit ever experienced. Hearing gunshots, don't know where it's coming from. Thank God nobody got hurt that day, but still, you know. But you never know, right? Like every day here, I mean, this goes for a lot of places that's a very big city. There's always some sort of violence is happening, which is to give us perspective that, you know, the ones who are facing it, you know, to some degree, I mean, not to some degree, they did choose their path in life to experience that. And it was like this moment right now for me to remember that moment when we're in the mall. It was a big mall too. It's called the Eaton Center. Of all the days, I don't visit the Eaton Center much. In fact, that's like one of those once in like not even a blue moon, like once in like a generation kind of thing. Back then, because I had no business going downtown Toronto. So whenever I would go downtown and I'd go to the Eaton Center, I was excited. I was like, hell yeah, this mall's so huge. Like, it's massive. Like, I'll have to one day take you all into it. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to live stream because, you know, I'm sure I'll be able to hold my phone up and kind of like, no, I'll be able to live stream, but without the gimbal, not to attract too much attention. But you'll see how massive it is. It's like 4 stories high and it's long. Morning. Have a great day. Anyways, and I went there that day, and it was like I was 14 years old. I was pretty. The one thing I'll give mom credit for was she didn't baby me up in terms of like being whoa, hello there, Mr. Anderson, good to see you, sir. We're just starting our walk. I was talking about, you know, how foundationally we all are equal in terms of the ability to bring forth things from our imagination into reality, but situationally we're not equal. I was just talking about an experience that kind of links to what I'm getting at. I trust you're doing good, dude. Yeah, so, you know, for my mom, you know, I was able to travel on my own as a young kid, like do things on my own. Like I wasn't, in that aspect, I wasn't coddled or I wasn't sheltered. So I would be able to go and do whatever I want. So she gave me, like, because she knew that I can handle myself. Yeah, it is beautiful. Some of the area is going to get a little blurry because the internet kind of doesn't work that well in some parts of the area. I'm going to cross because I can cross. The trail's over there, but we take the loop, so I get more steps. If I go that way, I lose 5,000 steps immediately. So this is how I get my 10,000 steps a day. Easy 10,000 steps. And I change up my like location and my walking like path. It all lead back to there anyways. There's just multiple ways. I go through different little neighborhoods, different little streets. Like sometimes I go through this street that's coming up, or I walk straight and cross the light, and a lot of eyeballs are on me when people see me kind of walking around with a gimbal. But because I gotten so accustomed to holding the gimbal in my hand, like now I don't even think I'm holding a gimbal like when I'm walking. Like this feels like my natural thing to do. Well, while others will be looking like, what is he doing? And yesterday was the first time somebody asked, are you filming me? I'm like, do you think you're that special to be filmed? Please. Because he was shying away. He's like, are you filming me? And like, why would I film you? Please. Yeah, let them look. Yeah, so this area, it's gonna start to get blurry if it hasn't already gone blurry. It's 8:30 in Toronto, and it's funny because I was mentioning Nero, who's from the UK, and he was talking about how, you know, in the spiritual community, there's a lot of gaslighting, thinking that everyone's equal in terms of like, you know, their situation. Like, oh, if you're a girl in Gaza, you should be able to get out of that. That's not as easy as it may be, you know? Like, a girl in Gaza has to have like a bomb that's being thrown over her head. That's so different from somebody that's like where I am or where you are, who doesn't have to face that, you know? Like, it's not equal. We have the equal ability within ourselves to bring forth whatever we desire, but situationally speaking, we're not equal. It's an experience for all of us to go through, though, whatever the experience we're supposed to go through, or I should say grow through. Thank you, bro. I do my best. I fully receive that. But I'm just another aspect of all of you, and you all are an aspect of me. We're all one, right? Since consciously or consciousness-wise, that consciousness is permeating all 8 billion of us. Just, you know, we've been programmed to think that we're separate. Like all those people that are standing over there at the bus stop, or all these people walking here, do they know that we're all one? They may have heard that ideology of like we're one, but will they actually know that tangibly are we one? I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's hard to know what someone's thinking, unless you're Regina and you can actually see what someone's thinking is, because she has that ability. But you know, I would love to have that ability. You know, to to have the ability to see what someone is thinking in the mind. I'm gonna go straight. So I can choose to go left or straight. I'm gonna choose to go straight, because ultimately I'll get back to over there, because I choose different paths. And I always follow my intuition, because the intuition tells me, okay, go this way today. Go that way today. For whatever reason, it'll tell me to go this way. Like in the last 2 days, every time I went a certain direction, I found a feather on the ground for me to see. Like it vibrationally had me look down on the ground to like, oh, pick up that feather. Pick the feather up. Oh, okay, cool. Pick up the feather. Yeah, he's holding an umbrella. Sun protection. It's hot, but I mean, it's not, you know, some can't handle the heat, or they can't handle the sun. So now I have the option from here to go left or go right. I'm gonna opt to go to the right. Because if I go left, it takes me back to the same place I would have gone left at the lights. I would just skip a few houses, that's all. Yeah. We get airplanes in the sky, you know, near the airport. That person's trunk is open because they probably have something in their car. Yeah. That they can't close, so they're driving slower. They have a bicycle. Yeah, matrix pill. Which way? The right, the red or the blue? If you take the red one, you wake up. If you take the blue one, you stay asleep. You know what's fascinating? So, okay, this area, the internet really will get really bad. It'll be really choppy and just ugly. So I'm just giving you heads up. There's a post that I saw probably like a month ago now that said, I missed the way I saw the world before I became aware of everything. That hit me like a ton of bricks. I missed the way I saw the world before I became aware of everything. Because once you become aware and you realize, you can't unsee it anymore unless you purposely pretend that none of it exists. Like, yeah, all this is, all this spirituality stuff isn't real. I should just pretend to be a good little Christian boy or a good little, like whatever religion. I should just, work a 9 to 5 until I like die, kind of thing. Let's make sure we don't hurt that cicada. What else? And yeah, but the thing is, like, once you become aware, you can't unsee it anymore, and you can't be unaware of it. Just like, the reason why last year I went through that dark night of the soul for 6 months was for me to finally realize, oh, I'm the creator. What you don't have to fear, you don't have to experience. But I have to fear things to experience it so I can let go of it. Because when you're the creator, you have to become fearless, and you have to own up to everything. No matter, even if you sound arrogant or cocky, you're going to have to do that, because you're going to be perceived inaccurately in any event anyways. You could be the nicest, most positive, most loving, caring person in the world, but you will still be perceived incorrectly by others. Because others, they have their perception of you based on where they are on their frequency. So how can they have an accurate depiction of you, right? So like, sometimes when I say I am an 18-dimensional being, which I am, by the way, I went up in dimensions now. To Regina, I went up by 2 dimensions. I am an 18-dimensional being. Technically, I'm a 15-dimensional being. Well, I'm actually a 16-dimensional being, but who's counting? But like, it's to empower me, not to make someone feel like, make them feel small. Is to just empower me. But someone may take that and like, who are you to call yourself a 18-dimensional being? What gives you the right to call yourself that? Because in my life, if you were seen as arrogant or cocky, that's a bad thing, and people will like not like you and stuff. You have to be okay with people not liking you. Like, I'm not here to be arrogant or cocky, but I am gonna speak as I am. I am royalty. I am the creator. I am, in my world, I am God, and all of you are also God too, in my world. Maybe in other worlds, everyone's human, but I see everyone as the creator. There is no one better or worse. I just so happen to come from a different star system, that's all. 18th dimension. Because 18 equals 9, and 9 is the creation of everything. Right here, this is where the internet gets kind of like ugly, choppy and ugly. But anyways, like the foundation to all of this was I had to start building upon my foundations of, well, I got to empower myself. And what feels empowering? I'm the creator. And not from an ego sorry, let me rephrase it. Not from the third dimensional lower thinking mind standpoint of like, I'm the creator and everyone else is like below me. We're all one. But seeing it as we are all the creator and we're all unconditional love, and we all have the same equal ability within ourselves to bring forth this magical energy that's all within us, that permeates our hearts, our minds, our souls. It's just that our situations are not equal. Some have more advantages than others. Let's just be real. Some have more resources right now than others, like at their disposal. So that gives them the ability to do more things and have more ability to handle more things. Like, for example, yesterday, sounds good, dude. Like yesterday, we were watching a random YouTube video popped up of Lenny Kravitz, the singer. Hello, Mr. Crows, or Mr. and Mrs. Crow. We're gonna go that way. Yeah. This is where internet cuts out. It's probably like frozen here. There we go. And with Lenny Kravitz, like, he's 61. He lives by the ocean. He eats certain things. He has the resources at his disposal. He has the ability to have all the food he desires to eat, to be healthier, that some don't have the luxury of doing at the present moment. So does, someone who's living like Lenny Kravitz, like, he'd be like part of like the 1 or 2%. Not everybody has that 1 or 2%, right? A lot of people have their circumstances based on the decisions they've made. Everything's based on decision, choice, and perspective that they chose in their life. Like right now, I chose to have $54 in my account and own it. And I'm being real. I'm being vulnerable sharing that. But at the same time, I have the financial intelligence. I just currently don't have access to the physical resources yet, keyword yet, like I did like 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I had all the resources, but I didn't have the wisdom. Well, I wasn't aware of the wisdom. The wisdom was always inside of me, and I had to unlock all the wisdom. This is similar to Huang. The dude has not worked in like 14 years. And he's been living off like government support, but the dude took the time. Oh, look, there's a cat. Meow, Bubba. Look at the Bubba. Hi, Bubba. Hi, Bubba. It's so cute. It's so cute. Look at it. Hi, Bubba. He's so cute. Meow. A nice gray cat meow, Bubba. Look at the squirrel that's looking at the cat meow, and the cat just looking at the squirrel. Cute cat meow, Bubba. All right. Anyways, but he's able to bring forth things. He was able to find a way to start, working with Tony Robbins. Well, I don't know if he's working with Tony Robbins directly, but he started crewing with Tony Robbins. He was able to get a car for himself. He was able to start doing things like still competing in like wushu, because he focused his mind wholeheartedly on, he was not going to let anything stop him. He's like, brother, I don't care if it takes me 50 fucking years to bring forth what I have to bring forth. I'm going to bring forth what I'm going to bring forth, and I'm not going to stop. He has that energy. And that energy kind of rubbed off on me. Like, I already had that energy within. He sort of just kind of activated it within myself of like, yeah, if it's going to take me 50 years to be where I'm supposed to be, then so be it. Let it take that time. Now, of course, 50 years from now, I'll be 90 years old. You better believe I'm going to still be looking this good at 90. I'm going to be looking powerful. I'm going to be like a monster at 90. Anyways, but He didn't let those circumstances get in his way. You know, he went through his own trials and tribulations. Hell. That dude literally went through hell. Oh, there's a lot more books in there. So equally, we all have foundationally the same ability to create from within. Where it starts to stray is, well, what are you focusing on your outer world, right? Again, we go back to a girl in Gaza. I keep calling it Giza. In Gaza, and someone who lives in Los Angeles, California, in Beverly Hills. I'll use Beverly Hills. A girl in Gaza who's facing wars and stuff, and someone who's got the comfy, most prestige life right now in a $11 million mansion in Beverly Hills, California. Right? Like, that person who's living that life in Beverly Hills, they have an easier time if they choose to go within and bring forth more wealth. Bring forth whatever these are, because they already have access to it. They know they'll have more. Right? You can only have what you already have. And if you already experienced it, and Nero said this in one of his videos last night, he's like, if you already have $1 million, you already had $1 million. So that means you can get another $1 million, because you can only have what you already have. So if you've only ever experienced wealth, what are you gonna get? More of that, more of the same. But if you've never experienced wealth, well, that's gonna become a little bit challenging. Now, of course, that's subjective. Wealth could be, a little girl in Africa. Wealth to her could be wearing a pair of shoes and not wearing Coke bottles on her feet and taped up to protect her feet from the rock and the rubble, right? Because wealth is subjective, right? Because it comes down to everyone's definition of words. See how everything's kind of intertwined and interlinked? I know I'm jumping through different little hurdles and little loops here, but everything is linked. Your words, your thoughts, your ideologies, your beliefs. Now, there's a ton of people, as Nero would call it, a lot of degenerates. I don't want to say that to anybody, because no one's a degenerate, but they act like a degenerate, but they're not a degenerate. There's a difference. Who have brought forth millions and millions of dollars, and they are just, not in humanity's highest favor, but yet the creator is blessing them. And there's a person who is doing such amazing work in the world and can't even pay for anything. And they're here to serve humanity. So what's the difference? Well, again, it comes down to your beliefs, what you believe to have. This goes back to what I was saying about, using your imagination, the limits of what your mind can achieve. This is the whole Napoleon Hill thing. What the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. Now, of course, that's very rudimentary and very elementary, very basic, because it goes beyond that now. When Napoleon Hill wrote that, he wasn't talking about feelings. He wasn't talking about using your emotions much. He was thinking about think and grow rich. Technically, the book should be called Feel and Grow Rich, because thinking only gets you so far. Thinking is actually blocking your knowing. And again, going back to what I was saying, I'll use a girl in Beverly Hills and a girl in Gaza, or insert a place where there's war happening or poverty. Will the girl in Gaza have the time to sit and be at peace knowing that death is like around the corner, versus the girl who lives in Beverly Hills and has the ability to just sit and be. And there are a lot of people in the world, and I'm guilty of this, who are forgetting that there are people in the world that have it far much more harder than we do. And then we play the victim. There are people who are living through literal hell right now. They don't even know where they're going to get their next meal. Some have to go and fetch water and they have to walk for hours just to get water. That breaks my heart, by the way. That's why free energy has to be brought to the world. But of course, those other versions of us, them bastards, even though I can't call them that, because their role is to help us to let go of all the crap that's within us and become fearless creator beings. Even though they may or may not know exactly what their role is here to do, but it's for us to go within, because again, we're not spiritually bypassing or gaslighting anybody here, not on this channel. If you're going through something, you're going through something. It's not just as easy. And I've been guilty of saying, you are the creator, you have the power within yourself, but you're gonna have to figure out how to really tap into that power within you and become masterful. But I've seen people had nothing and made it. They can do it, you can do it too. Now, of course, situations are vastly different. But once you know you're the creator and you can overcome the circumstances that you're facing, and know and trust that you will be taken care of, and know that everything will be all right. Again, this is where this part of reality is going to suck, but we all did choose our own path. By the way, this is where it gets blurry. We did all choose our path. I did choose my path, and knowing that, you have to see everything as an advantage. Even if I was in an environment where there's bombs being thrown over my head, I have to see what's the advantage of this. What am I cultivating from this? Is it building more resilience? Is it knowing that I know what it feels like to live in a world of destruction, so that I can show what peace really looks like? Some don't have to physically feel those things. Some can mentally feel that stuff. And I went through the mental. I've experienced some of the physical. I didn't have bombs thrown over my head. But I had bullies who were like bombs beat the hell out of me when I was a kid. I've been kicked in the face many times. I had to hide my wounds from my mom. I had to cover up I would wear long like clothing just to cover up some of my bruises so she didn't see it. I would shower, like she used to bathe me when I was like 5, 6 years old. But then I said, Mom, I'm a big kid now. I can bathe myself. And then of course, I started bathing myself, but she wouldn't see my wounds because, I started taking care of myself. I would hide all of these things from her. And I was a great liar, by the way. Very great liar. And I know some would say, well, then are you lying right now? Paradox, right? No, I'm actually telling the full truth right now, because when a liar starts speaking the truth, like they actually start like sharing and getting vulnerable, and you'll know based on what you're hearing from me, you'll know if I'm telling the truth or not. I'll leave that up to all of you. Anyways, I've experienced being bullied mentally and physically and emotionally. And it was for me to know to never do that to someone else. Now, of course, recently I got a little over myself. I did intellectually bully others because it felt like I was being bullied again. So I fought back. I snapped back, and I put those others in their place. They didn't like it. I love them, but I had to protect myself because it felt like I was being attacked. That was my perception. And I won't sit back and let you abuse me. But again, I could have just looked at their words and just scuffed it off and just like, please, your words don't even hold power. Get out of here. And but again, a girl in Gaza right now, does she have that time to really sit knowing that she's got to run for her life? No. So we also have to be mindful of, like, not everyone has that same equal opportunity to be able to, like, be at peace and be able to, like, their nervous system's constantly under attack or under stress. This is a reminder to me, really specifically. I'm really talking to myself right now to remind myself, hey, whenever anyone new comes on the stream and they're like, they don't think of themselves as a creator, that's okay. But if they're feeling fear and stuff, it's okay to feel it, not to bypass their fear, but to not stay there for long and know that they have the power to undo their own fear. We're back by the water. The water levels have went down. It went back to normal. Welcome back to the daily water. I got to do my stretches and that backwards bend, which my nervous system never likes me doing. It never, ever likes me doing this. It's already feeling like, I don't want to do it. I'm like, no, we got to do it. No matter how painful it might feel, we got to do this backwards bend. But then when we finish doing it, we feel so much better, even though it hurts for a little bit. I'm gonna hold for about 30 seconds or so. I'm gonna give my spine a bit of a elephant bend here. I'm doing some elephant bouncing quickly, just so that I can get it. I really don't like when I wake up, my body's tight. I really don't like that. I want to get my body to stay absolutely loose and flexible even while I'm sleeping. It should not be locking up. Like during the day it gets loosened, but like it should not be tight when I'm waking up. It should always stay flexible and loose. Like I can get out of bed and not feel like any sort of tightness. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh. Well, I just did it. And now I get to shake it out. And I get to be like Spider-Man. I just realized this is on an angle. My bad. There we go. Yeah, so, foundationally, at the core of it all, before everything, before you got here to the planet, before you even had your body, you, me, and everyone were built equally as a soul. Now, some will say some souls are more advanced than others. Whether that's true or not, I don't really care. I want to make sure that all of us are equal. I want to paint all of us as equal souls. I know some will say, but I'm a star seed. I'm this, and they make it sound like they're more special than others. There are people who chose a path to serve. There are people who chose a much difficult path to help people overcome things, so they had to go through their journeys of overcoming. Some chose the easier life. Some chose a more difficult life. Because we did choose what we desired to come and experience. Every one of us did. And I know that may not sound easy, but it's true. I chose my path with my parents, the people that I live with. As did you. Oh my God, this is so tight now. Come on, hips, like what the fuck? Like, come on, we gotta get loosened up. Like every day, this is ridiculous, hips. Like I refuse for you, hips, to be tight. So start loosening up. I command it. I command it to be so. Okay. I'm done my stretches for now. I'm sitting in my squat for the next 14 minutes or so. You know, I see a lot of YouTubers out there. Proud of everybody doing what they're doing and sharing what they're sharing. But I still can't shake the fact that there are a lot of people out there also, you know, how do I say this? They're making others unknowingly feel like they're bad by them being a certain way. Like they're saying words like, oh, it's not good that you're always in a low vibrational state. That if you're low vibe, like on a day, like you're bad or something. It's impossible to stay high vibe all the time. You're going to go through shit. Every one of us is going to go through shit. It's the natural order of reality, up and down, high and low. Being up and up and up and up and up is unrealistic. And besides, when you are going through your heavy stuff, that's when you're going to get your gifts. Imagine for a moment, like you never go through any heavy stuff. What kind of experience will you lead when someone comes in and they're going through some stuff? You can't help them because like they want to talk to you, right? But you don't have the ability to help them because you haven't faced it yourself. So you can't relate to them. I so happen, and I know a lot of you have too, we so happen to have gone through some pretty heavy, gnarly stuff, all of us. So we have the ability to help someone to the degree in which we have gone through the thing ourselves. The very thing you go through is the very thing you're going to help someone with. I've said that before. Like for me, like I've been through poverty. I've been through hate. I've been through what it feels like to be uber rich. I've been through rejection. Like we all been through all these things to some degree. Some more severe than others. Doesn't mean that someone's story is more powerful or more potent than someone else's. But you know, like, so I can't say that I've lost a limb. I can say that I was in the hospital fighting for my life, though. I can't say I had a cancer, but I did have a disease. Whether it was real or not, that's irrelevant at this point. I can't say that I you know, I've been like, got shot, you know. I can't say that, but I definitely had to run for my life from a shooter, not shooting me directly, but you know, that was shooting up in a mall that I was mentioning earlier. But the very thing you go through is the very thing you're going to help someone with. It's a repeated pattern in nature. It's like the Fibonacci sequence. It's like the flower of life. But if you, like, for example, Chuck, our brother Chuck, the brother who has the crystal store, he's lived a really great life. He had a great upbringing. He had a great, great childhood. No problems whatsoever. He had great friends, never bullied, all good, squeaky clean. Can he help me with perspectives? Well, he can, but he doesn't relate to me in the aspect of, like, you know, I had to go through a very difficult experience with my parents. He had an amazing experience with his mom and his dad. His dad passed away, unfortunately, and his mom now, she's hello. She's fighting. She's not fighting for her life, but she's laying in a bed for the last 4 years. She can't move. She has to get bathed. She can't see. She can only hear. And Chuck, now, at his age of what 50 or however old he is to now have to take care of his mom as a caretaker, which he's okay with, but you know, he works every day. He only has one day off. You know what that day is? Christmas. He works one day, he gets one day off because he wants to take care of his mom. But like, that's his challenge now, because he's now he's facing a lot of stress. He's facing a lot of other things. Like now his brothers and his brothers and him don't talk, and they grew up amazing together, and there's a rift in the family. So now he has to go through his challenges at a later part of life. He never thought his mom would be like that. Gail, that's her name. I spent time with her because I was staying there. I would come back home in the evening time because, you know, when I was there, I totally forgot that because it's Christmas time, that the daylight saving, like the daylight was getting less and less than it was when I came in May. I totally underestimated that. I totally forgot that, like, oh yeah, that's right, San Diego, isn't like Toronto, where at 4 p.m. it starts getting dark. Nope, that goes everywhere in the world. I'm like, fuck. I was thinking that didn't apply to San Diego. No, it applies there too. It gets dark at like 4:30 in like December. Anyways, so I sat with her many evenings when I came back, and I would talk with her, and I can hear the sadness in her voice. She's like, she doesn't like the fact that Chuck has to work all these hours just to support her. She feels guilty because she said, like, I'm the mother and I should be supporting my son, not the other way around. Not my son should be supporting me. And I want to be cooking and like taking care of the home, but I can't do that. And my son and the caretakers have to take care of the home now. She was always the type who would be self-reliant, never letting anybody take care of anything. She would always be the one handling everything, and she loved it. She loved doing that kind of stuff. It's similar to my mom. But she now faces this ordeal where she can't see out of her eyes. She can only hear. And it breaks her heart because, and I sat with her and I could see the tears coming out of her eyes. And I held her hand and I'm like, I know this is hard. And I know I didn't tell her everything's gonna be all right, because I was just telling her straight up, like, I know this sucks. But look, think about it like this. I had to give her some perspectives. I'm like, I know that you can't see you can't see right now. And I know that you want to be able to take care of the home and cook food again and, manage the home. But there are other people in the world who don't even get to wake up. And the fact that you still at least get to wake up, that means the universe isn't done with you, Gail. That means that Chuck still requires you. You may not be doing what you used to do for Chuck, but you're still his guiding light. Imagine you weren't here right now. Now, of course, you would say, I wish I wasn't here. I'm like, don't say that. Like, Chuck requires you. You're his guiding light right now. Without you, who knows where he might be? She says, well, he might be better off without me. I'm like, no, that's not true. I don't think so. I see when Chuck comes home and he talks with you. He loves you very, very much. I told her about my situation with my parents at the time. I told her, like, I wish I was close to my mom, like how Chuck is close with you. She's like, well, why can't that be? Well, I told her, because my mom is not the type to be affectionate like you are. She's not the type to say that she's proud of me. She's not the type to say, I'm so proud of you, Andre. I'm so proud. She wouldn't call me Orion, of course. I'm so proud of you, Andre. She's not that type. She herself didn't get that from her mom, because her mom died when she was 9 years old. So there's no blame, right? It's just the reality of things. I have to be my own cheerleader and tell myself, I'm proud of me. I love me, right? Like, sometimes at night when I go up and give her a kiss, good night, Mom, I love you. The way she says I love you, she doesn't say I love you too. She says love you. Like, she says it with like she doesn't want to say it kind of like energy. And I don't blame her. at all for anything, because that's not her natural inclination. Her natural inclination is to be like a housewife, even though she works very hard, and I do my best to help her in whatever way I can, even though she keeps saying, leave the dishes, I'll take care of it, or this and this and this. I still do it anyways. I still go against her words, even though she hates that. She hates when I do that. But I do it because I want her to know that she can chill out and relax, you know what I'm saying? Like, doing a couple dishes is not gonna hurt me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can sit there, I love doing dishes, because when I clean, it makes me feel good. And I know that when she cleans, it makes her feel good. So I'm kind of depriving her of her happiness a little bit. Morning, have a great day. It was the couple, the Asian couple. And, I don't ever want to deprive my mom of that. You know, that's her happiness, that's her joy. But at the same time, like, when she's doing it, I don't know if she's doing it from a state of joy, but I think she's doing it from a state of stress that she has to do it. Like, because, but I'm like, Mom, you don't have to clean every day. Like, I'm not saying the dishes are going to be piling up in the sink. That's not happening. But, does she have to clean the bathroom every day? Well, because my dad is a slob. I'm going to just be real with y'all. My dad's a slob. He grew up just with not the greatest, like, mindset of keeping things clean. Like, for example, like, there's no reason why there should be toothpaste on the pipe. But you'll see toothpaste kind of all over the pipe, like the faucet, and like you'll see it all like kind of on the sink. Like, what the hell is that? That's weird. It's gross. It's disgusting. Like, when he goes in my bathroom, I'm the one that really uses that bathroom, the one by the room over there. I have to clean it. It's disgusting. Do I do that? No, I clean my faucet every time I finish using it. I use a paper towel, or I use a cloth, and I clean it. So my dad is one of the reasons why my mom always has to clean. He's a slob. And whenever he washes dishes, he doesn't wash it clean. Like, there'll be some stuff stuck on it. That's disgusting. I literally will take what he just washed and wash it back. Literally. Anyways, I know I'm kind of airing out dirty laundry here, but, I'm an open book here. I basically will tell you everything about me. And I don't really care if anyone's, like, gonna judge me. I don't give a fuck. It makes me extremely authentic. Anyways, back to Chuck and his mom. I told her, like, yeah, I don't have that same love that I love my mom, and I told her that. I can speak to you, Gail, like this. I can't speak to my mom the way I'm speaking with you. You see what I'm saying? Like, I can talk to anybody. It's because of all the stuff that I had to go through with my mom. My dad, I can kind of speak to a little bit more than I used to. And I can't say I don't speak to my mom. Let me emphasize something. When I'm away from my mom, I can speak to my mom. As if like she's like one of you all. But when I'm with her, it's a different story. So I thought, okay, is this a problem with me being around other humans, or what? This is not a problem being around other humans, because I've been able to talk in front of other humans with no problem. Now, when I first got to Jessa's place, I was a little timid, a little shy to speak in front of her, because we've been speaking for hours on Zoom. It was one thing to, chat with somebody, but then it's a whole other experience to, like, live with somebody, But then, like, I came to my realization that like, no, I'm actually really fucking good at talking to people in front of people. When I went to San Diego, I spoke in front of Victoria as if I've known her all my life. Matt, same thing. Chuck, same thing. Agape, same thing. When I saw Olga, same thing. When she came to San Diego, same thing. So it's not a problem with me speaking to people at all. It comes down to the energy of people that have like authority over me. That's why I have to break the authority. Like Jessa had authority, like Jessa never created authority over me. I created the authority of Jessa having authority over me. Huang never had authority over me. And when he came to New York, it was easier to talk to him when he visited me than it was to even speak to Jessa. Because it felt like I created an authority because, you know, I'm living with Jessa. And Jessa even said at one point, like, I'm not your mom. I don't want to be your mom. You're a grown-ass dude. I know it feels like, you know, you have to contribute, but you came here for a change in environment. That's all you came here for. So don't bring your habits that you brought with your mom here. I'm like, okay. So speak more if you have to. And we did. We eventually started getting on the page, and I started talking more with her, and it became more pleasant. But of course, then I had to leave because, well, I didn't have to leave, but my visa was running out. So there was no choice but to leave. She was going on a speaking tour for 2 months. I wasn't going to just sit around and just let my visa just go to waste. So I went back, and I got to spend, I got to come back to New York, I got to come back to America 2 extra times, and that was my 180 days there, and I got reset. It got reset by April of my birthday. No. When did I go to San Diego? Oh yeah, it took a whole year for it to reset because I went to San Diego a year later. It had been a whole year had passed. I left San Diego last year in the January 18th, and then I came back to San Diego December 15th. So it was literally 12 months. So my visa had been renewed again. So my 180 days had already passed. And since we've been back since San Diego, I can go back to the States a couple more times, provided the universe desires me to go. Anyways, yeah. Back to Gail. So I told her, like, yeah, like I can talk to you, no problem. It's easy. So I told her, don't ever say that you don't want to be here. Chuck requires you. Chuck needs you still. And he talks about you all the time when I'm with him. Tell you how much he cares about you. And I told Chuck, you know, you're really lucky, man. You grew up great. You grew up having a loving family that I never got to experience, that I'm getting to experience now from my soul family like yourself. So he gave me perspective of what being in a family is like, you know? Oh, phone battery at 44%. We gotta get rolling. I just realized that. We'll continue talking. Water, thank you so much. I love you. We'll be back. I'll see you tomorrow, Water. Might be a little different though tomorrow, because tomorrow I might do that 30K walk. So I might start the live stream earlier in the morning, get that workout in, play out in, and we go for that extremely long 30K walk. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. I'll definitely have to bring the battery with me if we're doing that. All right, love you, water. There's a brother that's ahead of us. I'm giving him a little bit of time to walk further ahead, so I'm not filming behind him. He's over there still. Later. Love you, water. So anyways, you know, when I said those stuff to Chuck, you know, it gave him perspective of like, I didn't realize, you know, others grew up with like not having so much, you know, that kind of love, and it made him feel grateful. Anyways, back to what I was saying, you know, the whole foundation of all of us, not every one of us is going to have that same equal ability to, you know, bring forth what we desire when we have, you know, the environment's kind of when the environment is like holding us back to some degree, or like we're in dire situation. We foundationally are all equal, though. From the soul level, we're equal. Even if you're 15.5 dimensional being, 16.5 dimensional being, 20.5 dimensional being, 100 dimensional being, 1,000,000 dimensional being, we're all equal. We all have that equal ability. The only difference is awareness and having your like, you know, for our sister, she's very lucky, but it's a double-edged sword for her. You know, having your memories is a double-edged sword, as she said yesterday. Like, knowing that she can help people, but then seeing the ideas. Morning, have a great day, brother. Thank you. You know, knowing that she had the ability, and she still has the ability. She just makes sure she doesn't do it, you know, to, you know, see what people, like the thoughts that people are thinking, right? She was saying it in her live talk yesterday, which, by the way, give our sister some love. It takes a lot of courage and a lot of bravery to speak about that stuff. You know, she hey, oh, here comes our brother coming from behind us. I felt him coming. He's on his way. I see you. How are you doing? Good. Have a great day. Okay, thank you. There he goes. I felt him coming. I was like, I know he's coming behind me. I can feel it. You know, it's a double-edged sword. Like, I even felt what that double-edged sword felt like myself, because when I activated my remembrance, like, oh shit, this is so cool that I have Sarah's memories, or some of her memories, not all of it. But it also is very painful. It's also very, very heavy. So it's cool that I activated one of my past lives, and you know, I do really feel that I was King Ramses, and you know, having to pay back all the things I did as King Ramses, because you know, he may have been a great pharaoh, but he was a very evil dude at the same time. I know as Orion, and being a part of the Orion Wars, and I know that it was named after me. That's why I said it's that war that happened was surrounded around me specifically. I don't know exactly how, but it was devastating. I did a lot of merciless things as Orion. But I'm getting a second chance to be Orion to change my destiny. So instead of Orion the villain, it's Orion the hero. The other thing that just came through is like, if you never became aware of certain things, that means you're not meant to know, or it's not a part of who you are. So when something becomes aware to you, that means it's a part of you. Now some will say, but that's not true. You'll know. Like when Diane, back in 2023, after I just came back from San Diego, we were sitting in a restaurant with this beautiful ice cream place. I was like, oh my God, I just had amazing ice cream in San Diego, and I didn't realize that there's a place in Mississauga that had like wine glass ice cream. It's very sweet, by the way. Very sweet. And what was it? And she was talking about star seeds, and I was like, the fuck is star seeds? I had never run into anything named that yet. Star seeds. And she started talking about star seeds and like, you know, Andre, I think you might be a star seed. I'm like, what makes you think that? And what are star seeds? So in essence, she was mirroring that back to me to remind me that I am a star seed, but I don't go advertising all that and being more special, because being a star seed doesn't make you more special than not being a star seed. You just chose a very difficult path. That's it. That's what I see what a star seed is. You chose a very difficult path that others wouldn't have chosen. Like, for example, Chuck chose a more simpler life. He grew up with a great mom, great dad, great upbringing, lots of money, business-minded, entrepreneur, like he go-getter, you know, overachiever, no problems, all good, never worrying about anything, no fear, no nothing. That's his experience. It's just that's now, you know, of course his mom is, you know, bedridden and stuff. That's his challenge. But, you know, I chose the path of getting bullied and beat up, getting picked on, being abused, going through hate, 20 years, to overcome challenges so I can then serve the world at a epic scale like none other. I've already helped over 100,000 plus people on this channel, this live stream. Morning. And whether it was just even for a second, my energy helped their energy in some degree. Even the ones that say, you must renounce your paganism. I will never forget that one. That was the greatest night. Remember to practice love, y'all? That was the greatest night when that brother was like, you must renounce your paganism. His name was like XX, like King Knight something, XX. Always be mindful of those people that are named King XX or like anything with XX, name XX. Oh, Golden King. Golden King like 216 XX, and then yeah, like XX Golden King 216 XX. That was his name or something like that. Close enough. Funny dude. He's jumping on the stream and be like, you must bow down to Jesus Christ and repent for your sins, for being part of paganism. You must bow down to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, for he shall repent you from your sins. Y'all can't see my face right now, but I'm making a really interesting face. You must bow down to Jesus Christ because he is your Lord and Savior. What? I mean, I love Jesus. I love the dude more than you probably even know. You're thinking that Jesus is above you. He ain't above you. He's equal to you, just so you know. But you, just like all the other Christian people who have been brainwashed into believing that Jesus is above you, because Jesus never said that he was above you. I and Father are one and the same. So are you. You and the so-called Father, which there is no Father. It was just to give your human mind conceptualization. What's up? Have a great day. It was to give your human mind the conceptualization of some sort of figure that had some sort of authority in your life to keep you grounded, so you must listen, because that's what humans require, guidance. When you're the creator, you don't require guidance, you are the guidance. That's a bar. But when he said that, I was like, this is where the human was like, bitch, please. And you know who actually helped not even defend me. I don't need anybody defending me. I can handle myself quite well. But you know who jumped in and actually put him in his place? Crazy Cat did. Casey, our sister. And I'm like, I know sister. I know she's spiritually evolved for a very young age. She came here with her energy. She is extremely evolved. I know when sister talks. Like I can see when she taps into that energy of hers. And she knows. That's why I'm like, I know for her age, like, she knows a lot. Like, when I was her age, I didn't know a damn thing about anything like that. But that night, it was funny because, like, we were playing Dead by Daylight, and he's like, you must renounce your paganism, you must bow down to Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, or you'll go to hell, and we must save you. What? Get the fuck out of here with that. First of all, ain't anybody's savior. If anything, you're your own damn savior. Number two, that energy is all within all of us. It's not in some of us, it's in every one of us. And number three, that's just who you are. Take it or leave it. I don't know if the live stream got stuck there, or YouTube just messing around, or what. Huh, 333, huh? Well, that's fine and dandy. It might have gotten stuck. Hold on. And we're back. I just restarted the stream. Wasn't sure if it was stuck, but I had no idea. That's why I said we are all fundamentally and foundationally equal. There is no hierarchy. There is no hierarchy. In terms of in our third dimensional world, there truly isn't any hierarchy because no one's above anybody. But someone claimed something one day and then they became like top dog or something, and then we all just agreed to that shit. Like the kings and queens of England at one point. The pharaohs in Egypt because they had the wisdom. That's really what it comes down to. The information that you're aware of. Morning, brother. Have a great day. Thank you. That's what it comes down to. That's the only reason why there are other people who have a so-called authority, because they have the information. They're just aware. That's really what it comes to, awareness. When you are aware of everything, ain't nobody having authority over you. Ain't nobody. Morning. Good morning. Have a great day, both of you. Thank you. Ain't nobody gonna have authority over you when you are aware of everything. Literally. You know. That's why, like, with humans back in the days, they had to follow someone because they required guidance, because they didn't know who they truly are and what they could be aware of. That's why the pharaohs and the kings and all those, and the priests and all that, they had the information that you simply were not aware of. You had it within yourself, and then they sort of twisted it around. And then in the process, because you thought they knew more than you, let me rephrase, not you all who are listening, but we thought back in the days, and by we, I mean like the people from, like, you know, the 1600s and the 1400s and all that other shit, because they didn't know that they were the creator. They had to listen to someone who felt like they got the word of God. And they started listening, and that's why the world is the way it is, where there's a bunch of people listening to a person in a church. And I'm not saying that they're wrong, because they're not, but a lot of them are fear-mongering. And Nero said it in one of his videos, like, they praying against the fear of poverty. Think about that. It's a paradox. If you're praying against the fear of poverty, that means that, number one, you're entertaining that poverty exists. Poverty doesn't exist, but we've created that. We've created that. Morning. We created that thing. And so, like, humans, even to this day, still require guidance until you know that you are the creator. And I'm so damn grateful that there is a bunch of people now that know that they're the fucking creator of their reality, and that they know that we're all equal. The world is changing. It still has a ways to go, but it's changing. Now, for my immediate connections in the physical, they currently don't know that they're the creator. I would love my mom and my dad to know that they are the ones responsible for their reality, that they can change their life if they really desire. Now, of course, they're in their 60s, and some say, like, once you're locked in a pattern for years and years and years, it's very, very hard to break. And that's true to some degree, but if you tell yourself it's hard, then it's going to be hard. Just like me saying, I'm not quite back to where I am. No, I'm fucking back to where I am now. Enough of this, I'm not back to the creator version. I'm back to the fucking creator version now. Like, enough of that. And it's time for me to strengthen my focus and my attention. That's what I have to do more. Focus my attention and my focus. I'm not on the negative of, like, oh, poor me, I only have $54 in my bank account. But to focus it on serving and still helping, and seeing that this is a job that I'm actually doing. YouTube is a job. This is my career. This right here, it's my career. There's the brother from yesterday who thinks that I was filming him. So I'm gonna point the camera this way so he knows that he's not being filmed, even though it doesn't really matter if he is or he isn't. You have the power in your life. You have the power. It's not some deity outside of you. The creator is within all of us, every single one of us. You just have to know it and feel it. Morning. You doing good?
All good, sir.
Awesome. Have a great day. You have to know that you have the power within yourself. And foundationally, you do. But of course, is your foundation solid or is it on quicksand? And the live stream might be stuck again, but it's okay. I don't know when it is or isn't, because like when it shows 0, I'm like, is anybody there? Doesn't really matter. Keep going. Foundationally, all of us have the power within ourselves to bring forth what we desire. Situationally, not quite, and I'm aware of that, and I want to change that. I want to help people change that. I want to change the reality of everybody. Morning. I want to help everybody know that they are the creator and they are in charge of their reality. And if they don't want to use the word creator, that's okay. They have the power within themselves to shape their reality. Every one of them. It's not some deity outside of them. But yes, the deity does exist. It exists because it takes the form of whatever you choose to take the form of. It's formless, shapeless, unconditionally loving substance that will take the form of said shape, said person, said thing. I know because I've experienced it. If you really want it to be Jesus, it'll be Jesus. If you really want it to be Allah, it will be Allah. If you want it to be Krishna, it'll be Krishna. They did exist, but they took the form of those beings. But they were never, and I repeat this, they were never above you. They never said that you must bow down to my knees and beg for forgiveness. Never. I'm gonna restart the stream again. One sec. Okay, I restarted the stream. Should be good. They never, ever, ever once said in any of that you are like some weak, pathetic human. Never. A lot of fear mongering though. Okay, we're back at the bar. We're gonna hang for however long I'm supposed to hang. Nope. Ah, poor Bubba. He killed a cicada. Poor Bubba. He didn't mean to do that though. That was by accident. I just saw death happen right there, right in front of my eyes. But it's not his fault because he wasn't paying attention. But, anyways, poor cicada. Sending love to that cicada. The body is no longer the soul's gone now. I should hold on with my grip. Actually, let's see. Yeah. I don't like that doing to my to my. Oh. Ugh. Okay. Back to what I was saying. Well, hello there, sister. Did you find the exoskeleton of this? It just died. The person, they were running just now, and it's right here. The poor Bubba. It just went kaput. Yeah, it got smushed. The person was running, but they didn't see him. And I heard it immediately. The moment that I heard a little squash, I'm like, ugh, death. Yeah, poor Bubba. Well, the soul went back. It's gone. The guy at least stopped and acknowledged it, you know? He didn't just keep running. So, it was an accident, but still, you know. Poor Bubba. Bye, Bubba. Back to heaven you go. Also, I gotta make sure with these little ants, because, you know, I'm making sure that whenever I'm walking, like in this specific spot or like this area, that I don't smash any of them, because, you know, that happens too. That's why I always say I declare that no Bubbas get hurt while I'm walking. So it purposely moves them out of the way, or it makes me look on the ground. There's another Bubba that died there. So much death happening. Morning, brother. Yeah, we're giants basically. We're the Titans. From like Attack on Titans, we're the Titans to them. They're like, oh no, it's that Titan. They're gonna come and eat us alive. In that anime, they had the human race and then the Titans, and the Titans actually were humans that were transformed into these big giant monsters that look humanoid, but they have different like shapes and stuff. And in the beginning, there was, you know, they didn't know what Titans were. And then one of the main heroes, which is funny because he became a bad guy and he became the main bad guy in the final season, which was so weird. We spent the entirety of like 10 years seeing him as the hero, and then he became the villain. He had to fight against the Titans because he was a Titan himself. One Titan facing many Titans. So Titans were basically smashing humans like we smash like bugs. Morning, like we smash bugs and stuff. Yep. Anyways, you know, back to what I was saying. I don't remember any deity ever saying that you must bow down to us, you peasant human. I remember, if I remember correctly, when I read most of the Holy Scriptures, that one time did it say that you must bow down to me and that you are just some inferior human. I've never seen that in any scripture, whether that's the Quran, the Torah, the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible. Now people have misunderstood it and misinterpreted it, but that's on their level of awareness where they are, because it comes down to the level of awareness and where they are on how they perceive information, because that's what all this is information. That's why I was saying earlier, you know, for those who bought into this idea of like, oh, this priest had all the answers because they know they got it from God himself, and we don't have this kind of power like the priest does, which everyone had the power. Just some didn't know. Some did know, but they were afraid. Some spoke up and they got burnt in the process. Some got, like in one of my lifetimes, I was a woman and I knew the answer and I went to go and speak about it, to be silenced and executed and burnt to the stake. I know I got burnt to the stake and I got executed. I got my head chopped off. Oh, bike is coming. No, bike isn't coming. I heard a bell though. Everyone has their own tales of what God is, what the Creator is. No one of it is right. Mine's is just another tale of what God is. But I align with those who see God as seeing everything as equal, one. I don't really align with the separation of like, this thing called God and, you're a part of this religion and this is part of that religion. Yeah, I don't entertain it. I respect it. I just don't entertain it. I don't align with it. Doesn't mean I don't love you. It just means I just don't align with it. There's a difference. This is why making sure I know the definitions of shit. Oh, phone battery at 20%. We're gonna definitely have to start picking up the pace a little. We're gonna pick up the pace. We're gonna pick up that pace. I align with those who see things as one. Now, again, do I not align? Like when I say I don't align with those that see things as separate, does that mean I don't love them? Of course not. I love everybody. Even if they see things as separation and they're creating rifts and chaos and karma and bullshit on the planet. I love them. No matter who you are, where you are. I don't care if you're a woman that has 20 friggin' million piercings on her face and looking like some some zombie, like goth zombie person. I don't care if you look like that. I love you. I don't care if you have you have a long ass beard and like you have 10 arms and you float and you have a rod. I love you. I don't care if you have scales on your skin. I love you. I don't care if you're head to toe covered with like moles. I love you. I don't care if you have 3 eyes or 20 fingers. I love you. Because we're all one. I don't care if you hate my guts. I will still love you. I don't care if you don't align with me. I still love you. I don't care if you think I'm the worst human on the planet. I'm not a human though, but that from your perception, I'm human to you. But I'm not human, I'm God. I'm the creator of my own reality. And you are a creator of your own reality. I will still love you. All right, you know the drill. We're going to do this. We're going to do it. 3, 2, 1, go. Morning. Have a great day. Just a little bit more. Cool beans. Yesterday we went that way, so that means we're going this way. That always hits the spot. Yep. That always hits the spot all right. Okay, as I'm catching my breath and my legs are just taking in the power I just gave it. That's literally like doing a leg workout. All right, back to what I was saying. Wow. In none of the scriptures that I've read did it ever say that I am God and you must bow down to me. And if there is a scripture out there that says that, then I have to slap that person silly for making that scripture. Even though I love them, I'll have to still slap them silly. But I know, that whole Psalm 46:10, be still and know that I am God. I know that caused a lot of chaos in the world. Because, when so-called priests or whatever used to say that to people, yes, you must be still and know that God is there and you are human. That's what the priests were doing back in the day to the Christian people. Telling them that God is outside of them and that they must be still. That's why there's so many people that say, I'm a God-fearing man. I'm a God-fearing woman. How the hell does the word fear and God go together? You fear God? What? What the hell is that? That's a paradox in itself. The word fear doesn't even go with God. The word joy goes with God. The word happiness goes with God. The word one goes with God. The word you goes with God. The word, excitement goes with God. But of course we get into our third dimensional thinking mind like I did recently. And we get trapped up and we're thinking, fuck this. Damn you. Going into psychosis. A lot of us are in psychosis. I'm included in that to some degree. But I also have the way of getting out of psychosis. We all have the tools to get out of psychosis. And that's being still and knowing that you are the creator. If I were to rewrite the Bible, it would be be in these words. Be still and know that you, me, and everyone is the creator. And then in brackets, God, universe, source, truth, insert name. You see, if I were to have read the Bible now, I will be able to conceptualize things differently because I can see things differently now as a paradox. Like, if Nero and Pete didn't share it from that perspective, I probably would have still said, be still and know that I am God. I would have thought God wrote it and we gotta be still and like we gotta like be stopped in our track. You know, I love my Aunt Joyce, and I left her that question, like, Aunt Joyce, what is it to mean to be still and know that I am God? What does that verse mean to you? You know what? She didn't get back to me. She basically escaped my question. I answered everything she sent me with love and care. But the thing is, like, I don't know. Like, I answered everything with love and care, but when it came time for her to answer that one question, be still and know that I am God. What does that mean to you, Aunt Joyce? She just evaded it. She sent me more stuff, but she didn't answer my question, right? Because she's afraid to know that the answer is actually her, and that's why she'll use escapism to think, nope, it's God, you know, Jesus. You know, I value you so much, Regina. You have no idea. Actually, you do know. I should never say that to you because you and I are equal as 15 and a half dimensional beings. So I should never say that. You don't know. Like, you have no idea. I should never say that because you do actually have an idea of how much I value you and your experience. To only remind me of, that's me too. Why else were you brought into my experience? Duh, to remind me that happened to me too. It wasn't by accident. Nothing happens by accident. And so, you know, if you had told me, yeah, there is a God in the sky and like it's a dude, then I'd be like, okay, you know what? Fine. All these people who are thinking there's a guy in the sky and he's waiting for your ass when you're dead and sending you to hell. And if you had said that, I'd have been like, okay. I know part of me would still fight against it, but you know, I'd be like, okay, you know, sure. It's a dude in the sky and then he's gonna send you into oblivion, which is funny because hell is still part of creation, technically, if hell existed, of course, and God's still there, so, because God is omnipresent, omnipotent, omnipotent, even though it's not a dude, it's an energy. And it takes the form of anything. I know that very well when I was taken by a crystal shiny glowy hand for it to transform into a light body. It's just because our human mind can't perceive these things as real because it sounds too airy-fairy, too out there. It doesn't follow the logic of the pattern of the universe, of like the world. Like, it doesn't follow some cohesive, like, you know, it's scientifically proven, right? But the other side of science is spirituality. Look, another kind of feather. See, the universe has me looking at that. I didn't pick that one up because it's not that nice looking, but you know, still a beautiful feather in its own right. That's 3 feathers in 3 days. We've been walking these trails. We've been walking this way a lot, and we have not been picking up feathers up until recently. So I know I'm back on the right track. I've been on the right track the entire time. And I have to stop with that nonsense. Also, I know when you said I'm fragile, I'm gonna tell myself I'm not fragile anymore. I'm strong as fuck. I'm powerful AF. I'm a good. I am a good. Yeah. I know there's still some things I have to still work through, but you know, We're getting there. Phone battery at 15%. All right, let's see. It's the same concept when someone is in a coma, yet they wake up everything that happened while they were under. They know everything when they wake up. They can tell you what they heard people saying. Oh, okay. Because when I see fragile, I was thinking like weak. Hey, brother. I was like fragile, like weak. Like no, I'm powerful. I know. See, this is what I'm saying. If we don't perceive the words correctly, that's what happens. This is what happens to everybody. This is the reason why I keep saying that word. I'm not to you specifically, but like that's why I keep telling everybody words are powerful. Must know your definitions, because everyone's definition is vastly different from each other. For you, because you've transcended beyond words, but because I'm still on the precipice of transcending beyond words, I'm still caught up with, so this is what that means. Okay, so you're saying that I am X, Y, and Z. Okay, right? And in reality, your X, Y, and Z is not my X, Y, and Z. My X, Y, and Z is not your X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I get it. Thank you for sharing that. And yeah, you're spot on with what you said, because like it's when who was it that had the near-death experience? Like they literally crossed over. They were in the hospital bed. They heard she was like really sick. Like she's an Indian lady. Her name's like Amita or something. I forget her name, but she's well known in the personal development world. I think her name's like Dr. Amita her name's Amita something. And she had a near-death experience where she like literally had a disease and she was like gone. Like she left. But the thing is, she didn't fully leave, but she could hear her kids like crying and seeing what they're all saying. And then she was able to go back and she was fully healed. She had like, I remember, it wasn't a disease, but she had a lot of she was swallowing on her own like her own liquids or something like that, like her own like saliva. Like she would keep producing like more saliva, and she was like choking on her own saliva or some shit like that, if I remember correctly. Anyway, she crossed over. She said it's all unconditional love, that everyone is loved, and it's not what she thought it was when, before she had that experience, and it changed her perception. And, she was able to recite everything that everybody was saying. Like, I remember, like, she got out of her thing and she was saying, you were saying this. The doctor said that I couldn't do this. There's our brother Ash. It's good to see our brother. He's coming this way. It's good to see you. Good to see you, brother. Good. Yourself? You enjoying the weather? Yeah, man. All right, take it easy. You too. Yeah, so like it's yeah, so she was able to like help. She was able to start like telling others from the other side, because she was gone for like, I don't know how many. She wasn't gone for hours, but she was gone for a little bit, maybe for like 27 or 28 minutes. I have to look her up, actually. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go on Google or YouTube. I'm gonna look her up. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I know. I appreciate the clarification. Today's active rest day, which is ab day, which will also entail our lower body mobility. But I'm gonna go eat first, because I'm like, I want to eat. Yeah, so she basically, what you said about someone being in a coma, spot on, because like And she's not the only one. There's been many people who, I've watched a lot of near-death experiences in 2024. Like when I was going through my dark night of soul, one of the things that I was encapsulated into looking into was near-death experiences. And all the near-death experiences told me basically one and the same. They either went to the library, which is the Hall of Records, the Akashic Records. They either went to a garden, they were surrounded by a waterfall, or they were in white light, surrounded by unconditional love. It was all basically one and the same. And it's not just one person, but there's thousands of people who have experienced their own near-death experience. And if they've experienced it, then clearly, they're not hallucinating. They're not being delusional. So how can over 1,000 plus people who have near-death experience share almost a similar experience when they cross over? It doesn't make any sense, right? That's 1,000 different people. Are 1,000 people lying then? That would be impossible. 1,000 people lying. And it's not even just 1,000, there's many. But there are thousands of near-death experiences on YouTube. Amita would be one of them. I think that's her name, Amita. She has a British accent. Oh, it's choppy? Let me restart, hold on. Do I sound better? I might sound better now, potentially. Let me know if I sound better. Okay, perfect. I just restarted the stream and put it on Wi-Fi. I gotta plug y'all in. Get y'all charged up, ready to rock and roll. Yeah, so there's 1,000 plus cases of near-death experiences from people from all stretch of life, all different cultures, all different races, all different parts of the planet. So how can they all be lying? Some believed in like Allah, some believed in like Jesus, and they all exist. They do, but again, they aren't any more specialer. So really and truly, it's all one thing. And they shared it. They spoke about it. They saw on the other side that it's all one thing. And I had my own mystical experience. Now, of course, I did not die in the process. I didn't die. However, I got to cross over to see what it looked like without dying. And some may say, but you're delusional. That probably didn't happen. You're probably making shit up. Okay, if I'm making shit up, cool, then tell me this. Why do I see everything as one? How do I know that souls are put into a body? How do I know how I seen the screens, or I saw them as globes? The globes of your games being played, and simultaneously. And you have infinite globes. The synchronicity key gave me the wording now that I was saying. But I was saying that you basically have a bunch of screens or a bunch of games that you can see that are playing out in every present moment, and you get to choose between your games, and you get to pick the choices, and each choice is its own new game. So I'm just gonna take off my shirt and get my food. So again, like, it's how can this all be like not real? Or let me rephrase that. That's not the word I wanted to say. How can others say that none of that happened? It's not real. But yet, again, if you want to take some science, when people come out of a coma, they remember everything others have said to them, even while they're in their comatose state. Since a lot of people like science and they want facts, that's facts. You know why? Again, because it's simple. Your third dimensional thinking mind is getting in the way because it has to follow some logic. But logic is limitation. And I've said that before and I'll say it again. Your logic is limitation. I remember our brother Tam, loved the dude so much, but I'm glad he's gone because yes, he's a businessman and he follows a logical, linear path. But the thing is, he doesn't know that he's actually not using logic. It's a paradox. He's thinking he's using logic. He's thinking he's doing that, but all of it is actually coming from beyond logic. It's more intuitive. He's just thinking it has to follow some sort of logic. I trust our brother's doing well, but I'm glad he's gone. And that's the reason why I'm glad that I told the universe, remove those who are no longer meant to be here. Because it's not in their highest alignment to be here. I'm gonna go get my food. I should leave the front door locked. My sister went out with the car on a Thursday, so I don't know. Don't know if she'll be back. I don't have to use it. Just, Thursdays are usually a day that I can potentially use the car. I'll eat this clementine quickly. When we come out there, I'm gonna look up Amita, I believe. Again, I don't know her last name. I forget. I'll just type in Amita and near death. I'm sure I'll find her. She's one of many. I mean, I can eat early. Just eat everything early. Just bring out all my food now. Have brunch. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I can start with my hash browns. Just gonna quickly use the bathroom. I asked myself this question a lot. Why am I talking and speaking about all this stuff? Why is it important to me? This question has literally helped keep me grounded. Why am I talking about being the creator? Why am I talking about all this stuff? Why is it important? Well, it's important because I desire for everybody to have the ability to empower themselves from within and not have to look outside of them for empowerment anymore. So that way they know that they can live their best life ever. And my battery's not charged. My phone battery's not charging. There, now it is. I desire people to know that they have the power within themselves and not feel like they're helpless. I don't want anybody to feel like they're helpless or victim anymore. That's why it's important to me. Feel your mind. Yeah. There's a Matrix video from like...
Do you believe that by being stronger or faster?
You gotta feel your mind. All right. Amita. Near NDE. There she is. Anita. Her name is Anita. Anita Morjan. So Anita, those of you, this is what she got. Let's see what Anita said.
I didn't wake up. I had tumors that were the size of golf balls. I was in really bad shape. I was in a lot of pain and a lot of fear. And that's when the doctors told my husband that these are my final hours. I went into a coma. I left my body and I felt incredible, like better than I had ever felt in my life before. When we cross over, not only do we leave behind our physical bodies, but we leave behind our culture, our religion, our beliefs, and all the baggage that we've accumulated over our lifetimes. And the only thing that crosses over is our pure consciousness, our pure essence.
I don't know if the live stream got stuck.
That's what crosses over. And the only... On February the 2nd, 2006, I didn't wake up. I had tumors that were the size of golf balls. I was in really bad shape. I was in a lot of pain and a lot of fear. And that's when the doctors told my husband that
I restarted the
final
stream.
Hours. I went into a coma. I left my body and I felt incredible, like better than I had ever felt in my life before. When we cross over, not only do we leave behind our physical bodies, but we leave behind our culture, our religion, our beliefs, and all the baggage that we've accumulated over our lifetimes. And the only thing that crosses over is our pure consciousness, our pure essence. That's what crosses over. And the only thing I felt was unconditional love.
Yep. Unconditional love. And we can experience that before we even go. There's a person, I think I watched this one. Atheist dies and finds that there is life after death. I've watched a bunch of these near-death things.
My name is Dawn Dubois. I was born to a very young mom in 1969.
Next Level Soul podcast has become something I wouldn't watch anymore. He's lost some credibility, in my opinion. I still love him, but you know, I had to let him be. Next level soul. Like, the fact that he discredited RJ Spina's stuff. Yeah. That's why I don't watch a lot of the spiritual stuff anymore, because there's a lot of spiritual bypassing and a lot of people saying, this is not real, this is not real, this is shocking, this is this, you know? That's why I stopped entertaining a lot of that garbage. I'm proud of everyone and I love everyone, but there's a lot of people saying, this isn't true, this isn't true, this isn't true, that's not true. So, I know what's real and true to me, and you know what's real and true to you, and that's good enough. And your stuff aligns with my stuff a lot. Like what you share, Regina, it aligns with me a lot. Looks like there's some chicken strips that nobody decided to eat. So I'm going to have it. Because I said screw it. And a little bit of fries that's been sitting there since Sunday. There's probably pizza that's still in the fridge since last Thursday, which is not good now, but see, when I am on my own again, you will never see food wasting like I see in this house. I will make food, or I will have that stuff be made for me, pre-made meals, and that way there's no food, there's no waste, because I can't stand there being food waste. Literally, it drives me nuts. That's why I really appreciate you in my life, Miss 15-dimensional being. 15 and a half, 15 and a half dimensional being. I wonder if, because, you know, I'm a 16-dimensional I'm a 16-dimensional being, that I could eat black holes for breakfast. Like, I absorb the power of a black hole. Like the supermassive black hole. Maybe I put the black holes there. Maybe I put those black holes there for a reason. Who knows? I must have did something with those black holes. Ooh, that's a big piece. I'll take that. You're done. Yeah, lots of fear mongering though going on in the spiritual community. That's why I don't want to ever consider myself spiritual. I'm not spiritual. I transcend beyond that. I am beyond spirituality. I should make up a new word, sister. Let's make up a new word that goes beyond spirituality. I am ascension. Well, I mean, that's not a new word, but I am ascension. I am transcended. I am a Super Saiyan. I am a blah 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 blah. I could be that. Blah 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 blah. Okay, my hash browns are done. I am the I am. That doesn't feel powerful enough though. I don't know. I like the I am, but like it doesn't feel powerful enough. There's got to be something more beyond that I am. There's got to be a word that makes it feel like absolute, inevitable. I am inevitable. I am beyond spirituality because I am inevitable. And then we snap our finger and we get Thanos. You evil bastard. Inevitable is a word that I must start using more of because everything is inevitable. And feel that energy and not just speak it, but feel it. Feel. We must feel the word. I'm just warming up my food. I figure I eat everything now. Feel the words inevitable. Because I am inevitable. That word makes me feel so powerful. I am inevitable. Okay. So we got a bunch of things to consume, and I will purge it immediately. Coming back out. I am inevitable. That word. I am inevitable. Snap. So there's some chicken strips there because it was sitting in the fridge and nobody's eating it. So I'm like, I'm going to eat it. May as well. Got our hash browns. This is lamb chop from yesterday. We're in chow mein. So we got a good meal. Bon appetit, me. Bon appetit. Enjoy. We have curly fries. And that went on the ground, but it's okay. As I'm upstairs, Dad's watching the Matrix stuff, the Matrix news. There's that airline that there's an airplane company called Air Canada that's not going to be flying planes soon. They're going on strike. And apparently, if I was going to San Diego right now, which I'm not, my flight would have been canceled. I'm so glad I'm not taking any flights right now. But at least I know that Porter Airlines, you know, that airline where I got to actually sit in the cockpit, actually goes to San Diego. And United Airlines. So at least I know that Air Canada is not the only company in town going to San Diego. You know, every time I will see Porter in San Diego, I'm going to think of Toronto. Or if I see Air Canada, I'll think of Toronto. I'll never not be away from here to some degree, if you know what I'm saying. Like, because the airplanes will remind me. Since I'll be living close to the airport, unless the universe wants me not to live there, which I feel like that's not. I think I'm living there. I feel it. Whoever has penthouse number 1, they're gonna have to sell it eventually, because I'm gonna buy them out. I'm gonna come there. I'm gonna steamroll them. I'm like, hey, you're living in my space right now, and they'll be like, excuse me. I'll be like, yeah, you're living in my space, and they'll be, how dare you? Oh yeah, I write them check. Get out of my space now. I'm gonna have that kind of power. Get out of my space. I'll buy them out. I'm gonna be ruthless like that. I'm gonna get out of my space. This is our home. We're not selling. Oh yeah? You're selling. Because this is my home. So get out of my space. I'm gonna buy them out. I'm gonna make them an offer they can't refuse. Oh, and they must vacate the same day. I'll buy them out. And then I'm gonna go to Mind Valley. I'm gonna buy out Vishen Lakhiani. He'll still run it though, but I own it. It's like, how dare you? I'm like, I do it because I can. I know I'm ruthless, but it's fun. It's fun thinking like this because this empowers me. Sounds good, sister. Love you. Go get some rest. I will enjoy. I'm gonna probably listen to Nero's book, or yeah, I'll do something. But thank you. Enjoy yourself. I think the flower of life feels good. By the way, before you leave, I think it feels good. But I still have to find a place to put child or youth. But I would think the word you would encompass everything. That's the reason why I left it at you in the middle. Now, since there's you, there's someone else hiding in the shadows. Is that you, T-Bray? I know T-Bray would have already said something. Or is that Nabito hiding in the background, in the shadows? Who's hiding in the shadows? Show yourself, mortal. Don't make me throw a grenade. Fire in the hole. I'm a fire in the hole everything. Fire in the hole. This is my brunch.
The other question I get is not only what do we do, but do we connect with our loved ones when we cross over? Yes, absolutely. Whoever will be comforting for us to see when we cross over, those are the people that will be around us,
I wonder who's going to
including
be.
our pets, even our pets that will bring us comfort. The most important thing in that moment that you cross over, the most important thing that happens is that you get a very, very comforting feeling
I love you,
and
Regina.
vision of the other side. You feel loved. The other question I get is,
I'm curious to hear what this lady has to say.
And he just kept saying to me, "Oh my gosh, Julie. Oh my gosh, Julie. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. If I only would have known. If I only would have known." And he wasn't really finishing his sentences. But he was making me feel like if I only would have known how good this is. I could cry right now thinking about it because it was so powerful. And he was making me feel
Near-death experiences.
so much joy and freedom. And he was just saying, like, I can't believe it. I can't believe it, Julie. I can't believe it. If I only would have known. And then I'm weeping in my car, right? I am full on sobbing in my car, tears of joy. And then suddenly it stopped. And I was in my car kind of shell-shocked, like, what the hell just happened? I heard my phone go off like a text. And I saw the nurse inside the house just texted me, so-and-so just died. He just kept saying to me, oh my gosh, Julie.
Death is just a transition. It's nothing to be feared. But too many of us fear it. The human character fears it. But when you don't identify as your character anymore, there is no fear.
the other question
Oops,
I get is,
I already clicked that one. Man dies in car crash, taught about creation and the quantum world, NDE.
Hi, my name is Stephen Nowak. I'm a near-death experiencer. I want to start with my story here. I was 4 years old, and I was getting ready to go to the mall. My parents were across the street, my brother actually, and I was in a neighbor's driveway. I was on a big wheel, which is a very low to the ground plastic tricycle. So my brother called to me from across the street, hey, we're going to the mall, which was basically our Disneyland at the time. So I fired down that driveway in between two parked cars, and another car was already coming. So as I came up between the two parked cars, the other car came and collided with me, and I went underneath the car and was basically pinned. My big wheel was stuck underneath the back tire, and I was pinned underneath the big wheel, which kept me from getting run over. What I remember from that was some of the experience that changed my life. So the first thing I remember is everything going black, kind of like fading away to a black screen. And then I remember it opening again, and I could see myself. I could see my eyes roll in the back of my head. Next thing I know, it goes black again, comes back, but I'm sitting with someone, and I'm leaning on them. And I'm leaning to the side, and I can feel someone because I'm, pressed against them. I'm thinking this is a person. So I open my eyes, and my head is down at the time, looking down at the ground. And when I open my eyes, I see someone's hair. It's almost touching the ground. It's long.
We are born in the energy of love, and we trade the energy for approval.
So I turn to look at the being, and their face is all white. And as I look at them,
That's
I'm
a damn
being
bar.
pulled in, and I'm looking at their face, and I'm being pulled into their face. And we spoke a little bit. I asked them what had happened, and I distinctly remember not knowing why we weren't moving our lips, but we were speaking without moving. Speaking without talking, actually. And as I'm pulled into this
That's
face
about right.
of this light being, I start to see another world, and I get an instant knowing of, in this world, there was peace, there was no hate, there was no anger, there was no pain in this other world, and I wanted to go there. And I wasn't quite sure at the time what it was, but what I would call it now would be heaven to me.
Right.
but it was an instant knowing. And that's when I started to sense, hey, I was outside of my body. There's something different about this. So the being basically told me that it wasn't my time, but they would return.
That's
And
what happened to
I wasn't
me.
too clear
Wasn't my time.
about why at the time or everything we had discussed, because we did discuss more, but I couldn't access it in my memories.
Same here.
So
We
after
discussed
that
a
little
lot of
time,
things.
they tell me, Stephen, put your head down. Everything's going to be all right. I do. And then I wake up with toys a few days later. So fast forward to me being about 33. I'm driving my car. I was pretty, you could say, reckless after my experience because I knew it happened and I could feel it, but I couldn't access the memories. So I was wild. Driving my car very fast. I was doing about 70 miles an hour, coming around a corner. And then the car starts to skid out, hits a telephone pole, comes back, flips 5 times before it stopped. And during that time, I lost consciousness. And the next thing I know, I'm being wheeled into an operating room to have surgery done. I believe it was on my arm at the time to fix something that had happened there. And I get very anxious and I wanted to leave. And I was literally about to get up and leave when this energy of calm and peace and just security, when you know you're okay, and this knowing came over me, and it went from my head
He said
down
knowing,
to my
not
feet,
believing.
all the way down, and I instantly knew I'd be okay. I laid back down. The same being spoke to me, and I recognized the voice from when I was 4, and we had spoke, which was hard to recollect after the 4-year-old incident. You know, I didn't quite remember it, but when I heard it again, I instantly knew what it was. It said the same thing. Stephen, put your head down. Everything's going to be all right. And when this being spoke, that's when something inside my brain just broke. And all this information about quantum physics, energy, what we had spoke about during that 4-year-old NDE, that's when things started to open up and I could access. Now that I had enough knowledge to kind of process it, because at 4 I wouldn't have been able to process or even know what this stuff was. The being shows me
Makes sense.
in a field. It looked like a blueprint, and I was told it was the blueprint of creation and that we were in the quantum field. And they began telling me about all living beings having a blueprint in this field that they could access for healing, physical, emotional. This was our original blueprint as love, that we came into this world kind of like a file on a computer. So the next thing I know is I'm inside this, what looked like a wagon wheel or a medicine wheel, and I'm in the center. And in the center, I'm pure love. And they started teaching me about how we send out our energy to experience reality. So they showed
did get
me the
bites.
extensions
Ha.
from my heart out into the outer rim of this wheel, and then it comes back. And it was sort of cycling through my consciousness for me to experience reality. And on the outer wheel, it was almost like a screen all the way around me. There were memories and imprints of things I had did throughout my life up to that point. And they told me that we can recall these with basically pieces of our soul that we spent. We can recall these back to heal, to become more whole and closer to the original way we came into the world, which I came to know later as ascension, a soul retrieval. So this being's explaining to me the nervous system, how our waking consciousness is an operating system, and our subconscious is the hard drive that stores all the programs. The things like putting down my car keys when I get home, knowing how to ride a bike, and all these, and unfortunately, programs of trauma where we're triggered when we're in certain situations and we're feeling the same thing similar to an old experience. So that was important and key, and I found the blueprint key to healing that, because later I started to institute these things. So they're showing me all this. They're teaching me about quantum physics, quantum entanglement, how we can send out our energy and affect another's energy no matter the distance. I didn't go to college for any of that, so it really freaked people out who were around me. And as I'm coming out of it, I start going back to work. I was a store manager at GameStop at the time. I had a woman who had fallen, an elderly woman, fell outside my store, and she hit the cement. She was in a lot of pain. And this was the first time I figured out that I could heal or bring people into their own blueprint through quantum physics, through quantum entanglement and photons. So she falls down and she's in a lot of pain. And I put my hand on her back, and she turns and looks at me, and she says, I'm all warm and I have no pain. And we were there for a couple minutes. People came and picked her up. And when I went back to work, I was like, that was really weird. And I mean, it was thinking on it and thinking on it and thinking on it. And I started to have this energy in my center that was comparable to being like a kid on Christmas Eve and you can't sleep times 1,000. And this energy started to guide me to like different churches to try to talk to people, find answers, things like that. And I realized throughout that I was looking outside of myself for God and not inside myself. So didn't find God in church, needless to say. And then the psychic experiences started. So I started seeing silhouettes all around me. They were walking back and forth. Some were lighter, some were darker. Then they began communicating, and I couldn't shut off the communication. I couldn't shut them off talking.
We are born,
and I could feel the pressure.
we are born in the energy of love.
They would pick up, and at first I was very scared. Okay, because I'd never dealt with that. I didn't sleep for like days.
We are born in energy of love, and we trade that energy for approval.
Me being broadcast out into this unified field. And the unified field is basically all living beings create this field. And it's a field where we're all connected without separation, because we separate ourselves, and everything here is made out of atoms and vibrates at different frequencies. In reality, well, in this field, there was no separation. We were all the same. So I started to figure out all these images were me being broadcast out into the screen. And some of them, as they were speaking to me, weren't very nice.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't nice to myself growing up. And they started to say a lot of the same things that I would say. Very self-defeating, self-depreciating. Until I decided I had enough and I had to change my energy in order to release these personality aspects that existed inside my consciousness. Basically, between me and the quantum field, which they were created, I had to start introducing different charges. And that's when the game really changed, becoming responsible for what was inside me and reconnecting to my inner child through nature and other exercises. My nervous system had become so contracted, I had to open it again. And that's something that's important, because we really trade our identity as energy, because we're born as energy, the energy of love. We trade our identity for approval, through other people.
That's a
so
bar.
So it was important for me to get all that energy back that I had extended out into the field. And then people just started coming to me for different healing purposes and removal of dark entities, things like that, because I had sort of figured out the puzzle. And sitting with that light being, later I learned that was an angel, or what I came to know as an Elohim, who taught me about our creation and also how sacred everything is here, and what a sacred place this is to have this experience. And this being also taught me about every living being is a part of God, is a part of this source.
Yep.
And how we treat them is essentially how we treat ourselves. And that everything was connected. And during that NDE, I experienced feeling that oneness with everything. I instantly knew that all religions were the same, with different definitions made by people. But that it was all one.
He basically just said the same thing I was saying earlier.
On the other side.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for that. Ex-military man dies, shows the afterlife, and told why we came here. Woman dies and reunited with her loved one in afterlife during NDE.
Okay, well, my name is Nuestro Nyanamoli, and I'm going to be sharing an experience, a near-death experience, sharing a story, and
This is fascinating, listening to these near-death experiences.
And sharing it with you is to maybe bring a little more peace.
I'm sharing them on the live stream.
From my experience, I get a greater sense of peace, and I ended up sewing a tapestry that I've never sewn before. So this is the story. I was at a lake party, and there was a water slide. I don't normally go to lake parties. I was a zipline tour guide at the time. This was 2020 during COVID. And I'd been spending the majority of my time up in trees, kind of away from all of the happenings in the world.
Oh, shit.
I was invited to the lake.
I am watching. I didn't realize. Man, where the hell have you been? Good to see you. Today I was just talking about, you know, how a lot of things are not. How do I say this? I'm going to say it the way I choose to say it. A lot of things have been bullshitted to us, and for whatever reason, like I went while I was walking, there was a woman, because our sister Holy Grail was talking about how, you know, when people are in a coma, they can remember things. Even though they're in a coma, they can hear things that's happening. And I'm like, yeah, there was a woman who died on the other side, and she came back with a lot of okay, so now, since you're going through rough times, I'll get to you in a moment with that. I'll help you with that in a moment. It's a good thing you didn't come a month and a half ago, because I was going through my rough shit. Even 2 days ago, I was going through a rough shit. But I'm better now. I'm a lot better. I've been training my joints, by the way, as well too. I've been focusing on mobility, and not just strength building, but mobility on my joints. Game changer. Make sure you're taking care of your joints. Because right now, I can't even throw a side kick properly, and I'm feeling pain in my hips. That's bad. And I used to throw side kicks like Power Rangers. Anyways, I was just listening to another guy who had a near-death experience. And there's countless of people, and I did this last year. I was listening to near-death experiences, all basically saying that this is all an illusion, that the other side's all love, everything's all interconnected, and everything that happens in our lifetime is by our design. So your thing that you're going through right now, you created it for you to overcome it, for you to gain the lessons. Stretching is not enough, though. Like, it depends on what stretching is. Mobility, like, for example, I was stretching, but I didn't, like, stretching is great, but, like, are you flexible? Like, can you sit in a squat without feeling in pain for an X amount of time? I'm just seeing if you are flexible. Like, for example, I'll tell you right now that a year ago, right now, I could not sit like this and sit like this for at least a good 10 minutes. I could get to probably here. I was holding up to here. I couldn't get down here. It was in pain. I don't feel in pain anymore. Like, I have a quote for you. What's the point of looking like a Ferrari or a Lambo if you can't even do a U-turn and you have no suspensions or ball tires? There's a lot of people who look good and they chase aesthetics, but they don't, and that was me. I was chasing aesthetics, but I saw the flaw to the aesthetics. Because if you can't even, like, there's a lot of people who go to the gym who can't even do this, a simple squat. And if you can't, I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying in general, if you can't even do a simple squat, then what's the point of doing the fitness that you're doing? Right? Like, if you can't even hold yourself up on a bar for more than 60 seconds while quivering, that's not real fitness. Right? I'm going to read what you shared in a moment. But yeah, stretching is important, 100%. But flexibility is actually more important than stretching. Like, for example, like, you know, going down and putting your head in between your legs and keeping your legs straight and staying like this for an extended period of time. Can we do that? That's our natural, we're able to naturally do these kinds of moves. But a lot of us, and including myself, the pain starts to happen. The pain. As a child, you're able to do anything. You have no flaws as a child. But when we grow older, because our body forgot how to do these movements, it's movement amnesia, it's time to retrain the body, so you're building back neurons in your brain. So stretching is important, but mobility is more important than stretching. Mobility is key. Yeah, so welcome back, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, I'm going to read what you shared. Yeah, see, that's good that you're able to do the splits. I'm not able to do the splits. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. If you can't even hold yourself up, like for example, I do 90-90 transitions. So like for example, it's like going down like this and then coming back, but propping yourself up with your feet. Now, right now I haven't practiced on the concrete, so I'm going to practice right now until I get into the groove of getting. I have to use my hand, as you can see, to get up. But there's going to come a point, I can do it on the grass, no problem, but on the concrete, a little bit more rough, but there we go. We're starting to do it. Like, it's things like this. Well, see, I fell there. It's things like that we should be able to do. Or like a simple back bend, like a thoracic spin, like on the wall. You should be able to, like, hold the wall, go like this, and do like that without feeling in pain. Or like for me right now, like throwing a side kick, this is like really stiff because I haven't thrown side kicks in forever, right? So like me, this is as high as I'm gonna go right now. This is as high as I can go. I can go, when I was younger, I could go much higher, but because like there's stiffness, and same with this side, I'm right now attempting to get this stuff more flexible, keeping the joints lubricated. I'm telling you right now, the things that you're going through, I know you're stretching and it's great. Keep that up. Keep moving your body though. When you're feeling like shit, just get up and move. That's the best thing I can tell you. Yes, deal with whatever you're dealing with, but get up and move your body. Go and do push-ups and burpees or something. Get your mind out of that shit. Because, 2 days ago, I was in victim mode. And I had to stop my shit. What did I do? I got up and I moved my body. I literally moved my body. Sitting down, you will lose energy. Like, this forces you alone to have to be more conscious. Like when you're sitting in a chair, you're not conscious. Unless you're purposely like sitting up like this. Most people sit like this. I'm guilty of this too. Sitting like this, hunching. Like, most people are not sitting like this. Most are sitting like this. Like there's a little bit of like a lean, and that's energy. I wouldn't even say wisdom is knowledge, because knowledge is shit. Knowledge means nothing. Wisdom is power, and power is wisdom. Knowledge is useless, because you can have all the wisdom, you can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you don't put it into action, it's useless facts. That's why I don't like the word knowledge. So when people say knowledge is power, no, it's not. Yeah, action is power, But you know what's even better than action? Your frequency, because your frequency is the one that's in charge of all of that. Action is not even power. Your frequency is more powerful than your actions, because it comes down from your frequency is your state of being, because your actions will be preceded by your state of being. So that's a bar. I don't take on what everybody else does in this world. It's only discipline if your frequency is in alignment. Otherwise, action and discipline mean shit. It all starts with how you feel. Your emotions actually trumps your actions, 100%. If you feel like shit, are you gonna go to the gym? No. You may force yourself, but you're probably like, ah. So how's actions gonna be number one? Your discipline isn't number one either. It's your frequency. Your frequency is the one that empowers your actions and your discipline. Those are preceded by that, right? So like, yeah, it's always state of being. Change frequency for state of being. That's what that means. Frequency equals state of being. State of being will then lead to your actions slash discipline, and then your disciplines and your actions will then lead to your whatever else, your results. But action doesn't create results necessarily, because you can be not in aligned and take action and still be frustrated and not get the results you desire. Or you can be in alignment. So it really comes down to alignment. You can be in alignment, take the action, and then get the results. So it's really alignment gives you results. So action is the midwife or the middleman that produces the physical. As within, as without, cause effect. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, exactly. It's just to get up and move. Like that day when I was sitting and I was having a little pity party for myself, I was like, just get up. Just move. I went and got the soccer ball. I started kicking the soccer ball around. Like I'm gonna just point you all this way. I'm gonna get the ball. I'm just gonna kick the ball for a bit. Because I just ate too. I'm gonna move my plate inside for a moment. That way flies are not coming and like hovering around and creating a whole bunch of, hey, there's food there. Not that I don't mind them eating, but you know, I don't want them to be doing all that. It barely rains, so the grass is super dry. We've been having a really great summer, and when it rains, it doesn't rain that much. This is the first time this grass has been extremely dry like this. But you see, like I'm starting to move, I already feel 10 times better, but it also comes down to your posture, right? Like if you do the Superman pose, it gives you 20% boost in dopamine alone. Like for example, most people are standing like this. I'm not saying they're emphasizing like this, but you know, most people are not standing upright. They're kind of like, but imagine you raise your chest out and you put your shoulders back. Don't you feel a little bit more empowered? Because I don't walk like this though. I don't walk like this, you know? If you ever see anybody walk like this, run away. That's like Brock Lesnar. But no, walking, being conscious of how you have your posture, it literally will change how you feel. Right? Imagine I'm kicking the soccer ball, I'm just like moping around. Like even me just dropping my shoulders for a moment, like now I'm just like kicking the ball. I don't feel empowered right now. Like I feel like, of course I'm emphasizing this. I don't actually ever walk like this, but you know, like, does that look like a confident person? Let me read. Let me see what you got. Just being is enough, exactly. And movement is medicine. That's why they both start with M. Everything's linked. Come on, Bubba, stop flying around here. Move it. It's like a bee. Anyways, would you get going? It's like driving me nuts. I love you, but get go. I want to be talking, but it's like, get the... I actually will slap it silly. I'm not gonna hurt it, but I'm gonna slap you silly. All right, anyways. Movement is medicine, for sure. Just being is enough. My back, yeah. Let's see. All the worry shit we create is in our heads, exactly. That's why I was listening to the near-death experiences, because the near-death experiences, when you die, listen carefully, when you die, you leave your problems. You leave your culture, you leave your religion, you leave your beliefs, you leave your thoughts. So what are you left with? Your pure consciousness, love. And there's over thousands of people who have near-death experiences who experience the same damn thing when they die. They are left with unconditional love. And you can take their experience and live it right now. Literally. So like I'm reminded, this is basically a way of self-empowering yourself. You take other people's stories and utilize it for yourself and empower yourself with their stories and get out of your head. Because when you're in your head, you're dead. I've said that before and I'll say it again. When you're in your head, you're fucking dead. Let me see. Bubba, what did I tell you? Get going. You have all over there. Go fly over there. Come on. Yeah. Literally, I will play that near death. Her name is Anita. Yeah, Anita. It was back in 2006. She had a bunch of tumors and she left her body. And when she was on the other side, she did die. Her body was like, she was dead. She was gone from her body, but she felt unconditional love. But her guides told her she had to come back, and she was back in her body. And guess what happened? She healed. She was fully healed. And she basically said, you leave your culture, you leave your religion, you leave your beliefs, you leave your thoughts. What you're left with is unconditional love. And unconditional love is not love and light and namaste. It's not, ooh, love and light and namaste. It's not all of that. Unconditional love has been, bastardized by people like spiritually bypassing someone who's like going through the shadows. It's okay if I have to give somebody tough love. That's unconditional love. If I have to slap them silly, that's unconditional love. I will slap any of you silly if I see like you need that little bitch slap to get out of your head. Of course, T-Bray, one of our brothers, he had to bitch slap me to get out of my head because I went in my head a couple days ago. And he's like looking at me, he's like, bro, don't make me come there and bitch slap you. I'm like, you gonna bitch slap me? How dare you? How dare you? But he did that to break me out of my little bullshit for good reason. Because if I continue to get into my head, when you're in your head, you're dead. And the third dimensional thinking mind likes to do that. It wants to keep you playing small because it wants to stay alive in your head. It wants to take up mental real estate. That's what it was doing for me. It was taking up mental real estate in my head. But in reality, when you don't feed it, you give no more power to it, and then you start to feel better because you're coming from the heart. Let me see. You wrote some stuff. Good stuff. I also gotta start moving now. You'll definitely see me back soon though. That's good. Just also didn't want to bring... Oh, dude, come here and bring it. I will purge that shit out of you. I'll literally purge it out of you. I'll literally take your energy and like, get over here, and like uppercut it like Scorpion. Like, get over here. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, definitely look up NDEs because they'll give you perspective. That's really why I'm looking at NDEs, perspective. To empower you to know that, yeah, you can be going through the hardest shit. Like right now, dude, I only have $54 in my account. This is the lowest my bank account's ever been in my entire life. But at the same time, like, money's an illusion. So why am I stressing out? I've had millions of dollars in my account before. This is the first time in my life, $54. I've worked for over 25 years and I've always had money in my account. This is the first time in my life where I feel not financially responsible or financially stable. But guess what? That financially stable does not tie to my identity, but I've made it tied to my identity. You know? So like, am I dying? Am I actually dying right now? No, I'm actually in really good shape. So, money comes and goes. So that's not, so like, most people are afraid of money. Most people are scared of that, and they tie their bank account to who they are as a worth. So you can say that I'm kind of showing a definition of like, look, I have $54 in my account. Yes, I got caught up with that bullshit, but now it's time to flip the script and shift and see how we can cultivate some resources now into our life. And we got to stay in alignment with like bringing it forward. Now, of course, can I think of money just coming into my account? Of course, it can happen. People have had that happen all the time, but I'm going to still take action. There could be $1 billion idea come floating through my head and be like, oh my God, I have this billion dollar idea and now I have to take action on it. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, we think we're unsuccessful or a failure when or money is down, which is stupid. Exactly, because it's not tied to us. It's not tied to us at all. So, don't worry, you're not alone. You're not alone. No fear. Fear is an illusion. Face everything and rise, or fuck everything and run. Yeah. Face everything and rise. That's who we are. But yeah, near-death experience, I don't know if Mr. Anderson just left or if you left, but anyways, yeah, it's, face everything and rise or fuck everything and run. It's a choice. And nobody usually says fuck everything and run, but that's what that one is. Fuck everything and run. Because when you say fuck everything, that means you basically just says you given up. You said fuck everything. I've had that many times in my life. I said fuck everything. But is that an empowered state? No, it's not. It's actually the defeated state. Like you're kind of like, even though I never said I give up, that's still kind of like giving up. It's like fuck everything and run. Like that's where you lose a little bit of yourself, and you're not building your character anymore. You're actually tearing your character down. So face everything and rise. Keep going. I'll see you when I see you, dude. Yeah. I'll do my best. I have to. It's the mask. You either wear the mask of negativity or wear the mask of positivity and slap it on your face. If you wear the mask of negativity, that's what you're going to get. If you wear the mask of positivity, you're going to start to get more positive stuff. You just have to make sure that you don't let your outer world dictate what your inner world is. That's what I'm making sure my outer world doesn't dictate my inner world. Yeah. Yeah, giving up is worse than the defeat itself. Giving up is actually worse than the defeat. I will take a defeat, no problem, but giving up, that's one of those things you can't live with yourself with. And I don't quit. I don't give up. Yeah. Keep that energy. I'm not saying to stay high vibe, because that's also bullshit. That's the spiritual community flooding that nonsense, but do your best to manage your frequency. and let it actually stay neutral, if anything. Because if you're in a neutral state, you don't get swayed like this, like the pendulum. Because that's what that is, the pendulum. It's a pendulum effect. So when things are really great, then you better believe that when it goes shit to shit, it'll swing your ass right back to this side. But if you stay neutral, like let's say you win the lottery, don't even get excited. I just expect it. Cool. You just won $60 million. Awesome. Don't even get excited. Just whatever. I expect it. Or, you know, a girl just like, you know, gave me a blowjob or something. Cool. Whatever. Or, you know, somebody just gifted you a Lambo. Thanks for the Lambo. Appreciate it. You don't even get excited for it. You're just like, because at that point you're training the universe to know that, like, when you make everything normalize, like nothing can control your emotion. So that's what I'm doing right now. Like, okay, if I win the lottery right now, amazing, cool. Thank you for the money. I just won $60 million. Cool, amazing. If somebody just came and dropped off a Lambo, hey, here's the keys to your new Lambo. Okay, thank you. I fully receive it, but I won't get excited for it. I'll just be like, because when you put too much importance on something and you're too excited about something, the universe will see it. Oh, he went this way or she went this way, so that means I'm gonna swing their ass back down this way. When shit hits the fan, then that means I can control their emotion. Enjoy. I love you, dude. I'll see you when I see you. We'll have to talk about the word surrender, because there is a surrender factor, but it's not the surrender that you're thinking of. We'll talk about that the next time you come on, though. Remind me of that. As for everyone else, yes, if whatever you make normalize and you expect it, like for example, see you later, bro, love you, dude. Whatever you expect and it's normal to you, that's what you're gonna get. That's what you're gonna experience. So like, for example, if it's normal to be around hot chicks for us guys, and it's normal for you to be around hot chicks, amazing. If it's normal for you to have billions of dollars, make that normal. If it's normal for you to be in great shape, make that normal. If it's normal for you to be smart at what you do and you're always good at what you do, make that normal. It's a mindset plus a perspective that you can flip the script on anything in your life. Now, I'm only now getting out of the tail end of my nonsense because I was done. I was done with that experience. I'm done with that experience of like, woe is me, blah, 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 blah. Now it's time to radiate my power back. I am an 18-dimensional being after all, damn it. I'm not a 3rd-dimensional human. I'm an 18-dimensional God. That's how you empower yourself. That's how I empower myself. But what you make normal, that's what you're going to experience. But whatever isn't normal and you're too excited, so like if I go buy a lottery ticket right now, I'm not going to be excited. I'm like, whatever. If I win, cool. If I don't win, cool. It doesn't affect me either way. I just bought the ticket. Cool. Oh, congratulations. You won $60 million? Cool. It's that moment when it happens, you have to not get excited. You just be like, I expect this. This is my birthright. It's meant to happen. Good things happen to me. I'm not saying not to celebrate it and not to receive it. What I'm saying is to not get emotionally charged and tied to it. And that means to anybody. So like when a girl comes into your life, like for example, Katie came into my life for a moment. Okay, she came, she left. Didn't affect me. It's that whole idea of like, it's like detachment basically. It's detachment at its ultimate form. It's like one way or another, whether someone comes into your life or they don't, or something comes into your life or it doesn't, you're good either way. That's why manifestation is internally shifting to a degree in which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. You're good with or without the thing. So like, you really desire your, yeah, it's normal. I'm glad you said that. Everything's normal. It's normal for me to have trillions of dollars. It's normal for me to be with hot women. It's normal for me to be in great shape. It's normal for me to be flexible again. It's normal to um, it's normal to just be happy. Ooh, that's a great one. Because a lot of people don't know what happiness is. It's normal to be happy. That's actually the default state. It's normal. I don't have to put on a facade to be happy. It's a normal state. I expect it to be happy. Every day when I'm walking the trail, look, I just saw our brother Ash. I'm like, hey bro, good to see you. As I was walking back here, fist bump. I'm like, good to see you, man. He's like, good to see you too. Yeah, exactly. Normal to, and not even calling it your dream car, calling it your reality car. Because if you think about it, normalizing something that's a dream still is a paradox, right? Because like a dream is still kind of like not believable, whereas normal is like normal, like it's, you can experience what normal is, but if you, it's kind of like being mindful of the two words, like normalizing your reality car, not even a luxury car, but your reality car, like, because nothing's luxurious. Like a Lambo isn't even luxurious. A Bugatti isn't even luxurious. $1 billion. I don't know what's the most expensive car on the planet. Whatever that car is, it's not. It's not even. It's whatever. Exactly. Poverty and lack is not even real. It's fake. Exactly. It's defining the definition of what's normal now. Like, is it normal to be, oh, here's a good one. Is it normal to, this a lot of people, is it normal for us to not be able to open our mouth and speak? Or is it normal to speak? Now, of course, you know your time and place and pick your battles wisely, and when you're speaking. Like, I choose wisely when I'm in the kitchen not to say anything, because, you know, I have consideration, that's the word, for other people and their energies, and I know like they don't want to hear what I have to say, so I keep it to that. But that doesn't mean that I'm making that normal, because it's normal for me to speak. Is it normal for us to feel sick? Here's a good one, because a lot of people, like, they wake up feeling, I don't feel good. I feel like, because they normalize that. They normalize not feeling good. I don't feel good. Well, you can normalize feeling good. You can normalize anything. It comes down to your definition of what that is. Because everyone's words and definitions are going to be different. No one's wrong or right. It comes down to your definition. That's why I kept saying that your words make a difference. It really does, and it still does, and it still will forever make a difference. Because what you tell yourself with the words and your thoughts are just unspoken words, is what you're going to experience and what you're going to get. What do you think? In the last little while I was going through this, the mind was attacking. The third dimensional shitty mind, not even the thinking mind, the shitty mind was coming in and was like derailing both Orion and Andre, because it's like, I can't let Orion help Andre, and I can't have Andre evolve. I have to keep Andre like, yeah, I'm gonna do my best, because I normalize that. Let me see. Normal to see good in everything, even exactly. Even the so-called, I'm not going to say that word, but you know, the people who are not acting in alignment to themselves, they're acting in misalignment because they don't know. You know, finding the good in them, like, I'll even say one name, and that will throw polarization. Mr. Trump, right? Finding good in him. I know a lot of people can't see the good in him right now because they're thinking from the third dimensional human mind. But if you can see from the multi-dimensional God mind, he's actually doing us a great service. You just have to see it that way, but not many can. It's a paradox. Everything's a paradox. Yeah, making normal abnormal and abnormal normal. Exactly. It's basically making the delusional your realistic and your realistic the delusional. Actually, it's just making your delusional realistic, period. And making the so-called I'm a realist not the norm. It's I'm going to go get my ball. It's over here. I'm going to kick the ball for a little bit. Yeah, I'll come back and read at the screen. It's making the impossible possible and the undeniable, or the deniable undeniable, or the improbable probable. That's what that is, basically. Making the what we feel that is not possible the inevitable. Because it is the inevitable. And emanating from that and sending out that your blueprint, because we all have a blueprint, and that word's been coming strong as of late. Every one of us has a blueprint that's connected to the quantum field, and you just have to feel into it more by being present. And the universe always, and this is how Jess and Cassidy, and this is how I didn't know how the universe was speaking till Pete came up with some brilliant words for me to know. The universe speaks to you through energy. And when you're present, you ask a question, just let go of the answer and just wait. The universe will give you the answer at some point. Go walk your dog, go wash some dishes, go chill and have fun, and just stay in a state of being that can emanate fun and joy. Choose your highest excitement in every present moment as you possibly can. And you will get your answers, because the universe sends answers through you, and this is where the body comes into play. Now, if your body is feeling in pain, the energy is going to be siphoned from it, because you're going to be too much focused on, I have a pain in my shoulder, I have a pain in my legs, or I have a pain, and you're not going to be able to focus your energy on waiting for on receiving the answer. What you're going to be focusing on is the energy management of healing your leg, healing your knee, like, shit, I'm in pain. Or I have this like massive gash. Shit like that's gonna happen. But like, you gotta do your best to take care of your body. And that's why, like, for me, I've been loosening up my joints. Like, my hips still have a lot of work to do. Clearly, my hips have ways to go right now. And that's okay. I'm in the process of loosening it up by throwing side kicks every so often, just to like get the legs like loosen up. And I tell myself that it's getting loosened every time I throw a kick. And as I keep throwing kicks, and like I'm able to like start throwing side kicks more, like, see right there, that hurt. Like, throwing it like this, it hurt. But like, if I keep doing it, eventually, it's not going to hurt, because I'm going to get used to that. But it allows the energy to flow through easier. It's like no kink in the body. Most of our stuff starts from the root, which is down here. And if you can heal this, the rest, it will flow through. And your root is where your confidence resides. Your solar plexus, I should say. That's where your confidence comes. Your emotions are held in your solar plexus. So if you can take care of your solar plexus and heal the root, then all will just flow through. Of course, I'm taking care of my legs. There's no chakras past here. There's nothing down there, but you have an earth star that's always around you. Technically, there's chakras everywhere around your body, but you know, the main 7 are from like where your root is of your spine to your sacral, to your solar plex, to your heart, to your throat, to your third eye, to your crown. Those are the 7 main ones. But there's 144 chakras permeating around you at all times, all given times. Let's see. Yeah. I'm glad that I decided to listen to some near-death experience stories from some others, because it gives perspective from their, and taking their stories and adding it to a little bit of mine, of what I've experienced, does definitely help. A lot. It helps a lot. I'm gonna play another near death in a moment. I'm giving my body some time to digest what I just ate, because I ate a decently big meal, but we got to do our abs, and yeah. Whew. Ooh, it's hot, all right. And I like it. I like it a lot. Anyways, near-death experiences, they really do help shape. They really do help shape our perspectives. Because, like, the thing that we fear the most is death. Let's just be real. Everyone's like, the human fears death. If you don't fear death, that means you transcend it and you're fearless. Like, you don't fear anything, because death is the great equalizer. It is the one that will give you perspective over anything else. That's why it's important sometimes to do a death meditation. If you're not sure what that is, I can walk you through quickly what that looks like. So imagine right now that you're in a casket. This is good, because I'm gonna kind of remind myself. So right now, Andre, Orion knows that he's alive, but Andre knows he's gone. So imagine, Andre, that you are in a casket right now, and they're speaking your eulogy. I mean, you're gone. There's not much you can do. Like, you're floating over your body, looking at your body, but you're gone. You left the body now. You're gone. And someone is speaking at your eulogy, and they're like, "Yeah, he was a okay person. You know, he was very this and that." There's not much you can do, right? You're gone. It's gonna start to shift something inside of you, because you're hearing someone speaking about you as you're gone, and you don't want to be remembered as that. You want to be remembered as something that you desire to be remembered as. And so you have no more beliefs. You have no more you have like literally no, you have no persona anymore, because you're not here. You're gone. Like, you are literally gone. Now, I don't know if the live stream got stuck, so I'm going to restart it quickly. Okay, let's restart it. Like, you're literally gone. Like, you're gone. Like, we all have a finite time, human finite time, earth finite time. So, do we choose to continue to live with regret and fear and worry and doubt and lack? Or do we choose to start feeling alive? Because you're dead now. Just imagine you're in a casket. You're laying. You're lifeless. Like, there's no There's no soul in your body. Like, you're gone. You're probably gonna, you know, you're on the other side. You're already good, but like, the thing is, like, you're still physically here now. That should start to help you to shift a little bit. If it hasn't helped you to shift a little bit, or it's gonna help you to shift a lot, you're gonna start to see things are gonna start to shift little by little when you do death meditations. And it's important to do a death meditation once a month, or do it as often as you can. Like right now, I don't have to sit in meditation. I can just talk myself into a death meditation. Andre, you're gone. Did you live the life that you desired? Were you happy? Were you emanating from a state of joy? Or were you angry all the time? Were you pissed off all the time? Were you mad? Did you help people, or did you hurt people? Did you, you know, sometimes your words are going to hurt people regardless of what you say, no matter how positive it is, or it might be perceived not positively, but it's going to happen. But you know your intentions are pure, because only you know you. Nobody can know you because they're coming from their state of being, and you know, they can never know the true you because they're coming from their own frequency, and their own frequency is a perception of where they currently are, not where you are. So where someone is, like, if they're angry at the world, they're gonna see you as this like weird ass like dude who loves people, who's like, ew, that's gross, don't love me, fuck that. Anyways, your persona is gone. Like, everything is gone. It's gone. Like, nothing is here. So, did you live a great life? Did you live a shitty life? What can you do differently? What would you do differently? Well, I can choose to smile more. Good. And start building from that. Build from that momentum. I'm gonna go wash these dishes quickly and get some water, because I'm parched. I'm parched / dehydrated. How can I deny that? That's funny. This apple's a little no right. Not a big fan of this apple, but whatever. I was upstairs just now, and Dad's watching Price is Right, and they're on the Showcase Showdown, and guess what? Your tour to Ireland. That's crazy. Not Scotland. Tour to Ireland. My RAS is picking up Ireland. I wasn't too happy with this apple. Oh, my sister's back. The car's back. Just at the front of it. I'm gonna put this apple. Turn that son bitch sideways and stick it straight up. Oh, they're candy asses. I love it. I'm gonna listen to another near-death experience. What the brother said. We're gonna do abs at like 1 o'clock. Gives me enough time for my Oh, bless me. Ooh.
This is a piano update. We're doing rhythm. This is a piano update.
Okay. Let's go back and listen to this near death.
Kind of away from all of the happenings in the world. And I was invited to the lake. It was a gathering of whitewater rafting guides and waterfall rappel guides and zipline tour guides. And I just broken up with my fiance. So I was feeling a lot of heartbreak, and I was with a lot of people at the lake, but because my heart was really hurting, or I was really feeling a lot of pain and missing her, it had only been 3 months since we broke up, I decided to swim out to the middle of the lake and just float on my back, put my ears below the surface of the water, and just be. And I had been practicing meditation for many years, maybe 7 years at that time. Vipassana meditation, but then other techniques with other monks at monasteries. And there was a moment when I was in the water where I entered into a really peaceful space. It was a really deep meditation. It was just really nice. The tension I had from that relationship was just released. And in that moment, I saw
All right, back to keep reading or keep listening.
relationship was just released. And in that moment, I saw or understood how nice it is just to be present, and how no matter what is going on in the world or in my life, I can just be with the water, be with the trees, just be with myself. And in that moment, if I'm centered on just where I am, the thoughts of the past go away, the worries of the future go away. And in that moment, it was so nice. I had the small desire, or small prayer, or small wish. May I spread this with other people? And I now see that desire was like a tiny seed, and it's grown a massive tapestry, which I am continuing to sow. Even last night I was sowing, this morning I was sowing, and I'm speaking here to you, but I'm not generally doing this. I'm generally sowing. I've done maybe 2 of these interviews, but that's a total of maybe 2 hours. I've been sewing for 4 years, 10 hours a day, many days, for about 12,000 hours. So I finished my little meditation in the water, and I decided to join everybody else and be social, which I prefer to be in solitude. So I swim to this dock. There's this rickety old plastic blue water slide. People are going down it. I think, okay, I should join the festivities. I climb up the aluminum stairs. I get to the top of the slide, and I go down head first. And it was blissful. It was really enjoyable. And I came off the end going very fast. I kind of flew over the water, and then I dove into the water and swept my arms back to go deep. And it was a hot summer day, so the water felt really enjoyable. And there was only a split second of that enjoyable feeling, and then I struck the bottom. And what I didn't know was the water was 2 feet deep, and my neck and spine, my head was pushed into my spine and pushed to the side. In that moment, I didn't know I had broken my neck.
Oh my God.
My neck, but I thought I had been struck by lightning. It was such an intense pain.
Oh,
it
shit.
radiated out throughout
Oh
my
my
whole
God.
body. And a couple of different things happened in that moment. I felt my head buried in the rocks and the sand of the lake bed. And I had this glimmer of feeling like I was a seed, like I was just planted. Then I shuddered backwards and was like, my whole body was shaking in pain under the water. I couldn't breathe. And I heard a voice within me that said, slow down. And then I knew something was really wrong. And I stood up out of the water. And when I stood up, I saw that the water only came up to my knees. And around me in the air, there were these orbs of light. And, normally we hit our head and we see stars. These stars expanded to maybe the size of basketballs. And it seemed as though they each had a personality and they had each turned toward me, kind of to see if I needed help. Or kind of reflecting on it now, I think maybe they knew I was close to death, so they were getting ready for that transition. So I stumble out of the water and make it to the beach. I'm kind of asking for help, but I couldn't really speak much. Something had happened to my vocal cords. I couldn't feel my fingertips. The whole world felt sideways. Friends helped me over to a bench and laid me down. And because of my military training, I knew I was going into shock. So I asked them to elevate my feet so that I could have more blood in my head. But then the voice within me said, you have to go now. And it was very commanding. And I knew in that moment I didn't have much time before I died. Or whatever was happening in my body was so intense, I needed to go to the hospital. So I told people I needed to go to a hospital, but I couldn't really speak. Nobody was really listening. So I just took myself and pushed myself up off the bench. Well, that was my intention. But because I couldn't feel my hands and I was somewhat paralyzed or somewhat screwed up from my neck being broken and the nerves, whatever was happening in my neck, I just ended up falling off the bench into the gravel face first and bending my neck more. And at that point, people started seeing, okay, something's really wrong. So I could feel hands lifting me, moving to a car, and we drove to the hospital. It was a 40-minute drive. Once we arrived, the nurses and doctors saw the severity of whatever was going on.
That's
I still
crazy.
didn't quite understand what was happening to my body, but I was feeling incredible pain. One thing I was aware of, when I was wheeled into the hospital in a wheelchair, before they put me into a neck brace, I was wheeled into a cavernous room, a waiting room in Asheville, North Carolina. And I was wheeled right in front of this
North Carolina,
who was facing me. And he was also in incredible pain. He was holding his stomach and screaming, and his screams were echoing through the whole space. And in that moment, I was so aware that we were drawn together because of our vibration of intense pain. There was some camaraderie, and even though I couldn't scream my pain, I really felt like we were brothers. And I was again aware of how like attracts like. And I knew in that moment, wow, we're the people suffering the most pain in this moment, and look how we're like magnets coming together. Once my friends told the full story to the nurses, they realized my neck was the issue. They put me on a spine board, they put a neck brace around me, they took me into scans and began checking to see what was wrong. And the next person who spoke to me was a surgeon, and he came over and said, I'm the neck surgeon or the spine surgeon, and you're very lucky. We looked at your spine and you totally broke your neck. And because you were driving and moving, all of the pieces of your bones have migrated around, and somehow they haven't sliced through your spinal cord, but you're centimeters away from being paralyzed. And we have to have surgery done immediately. But because it's such a complicated surgery, we have to go to the front of your neck and the back of your neck, put on all these screws and take out all this bone. we have to assemble a team. So that will be done tomorrow. So they take me into a hospital
That's
room,
crazy.
and they offered me morphine. But I knew from all of my meditation training that the moment of death is very important, and it's important to be very aware. So I declined the morphine, and I just laid there observing the pain. And I tried my best just to be aware of it, not as pain, but just as change, because it was a massive amount of change, electrical change, chemical change, the pain radiating up
That's
and down
crazy.
my body. And I tried to be just aware of it, and I explained it kind of like riding a wave as a surfer. There was a point where I was able to just ride the pain and just be in awe of how intense it was, kind of like I had taken really spicy food into my mouth, and just be aware of the flavor of the pain, as opposed to hating it and wanting it to go away. I just kind of accepted, maybe I'm going to die soon, but let me just be aware of this new sensation. It's totally new. To describe the pain of a broken neck, everything below your body is on fire. Normally you're paralyzed. Somehow I could still feel, and it was very intense. I did that for a couple hours until I couldn't take it anymore. I was sweating and the bed was soaked, and I said, okay, I'll take morphine. So the nurses come in, they give me morphine, and then they started dimming the lights very slowly, and I started being pulled into a tunnel. First off, it's, wow, they're being really kind, but they can just turn the lights off. They don't have to do it that slow. But then as I started to notice the room shrinking in front of me, I started to realize I'm dying, and I'm being pulled into this tunnel. And even though I'd never experienced this before, I think there's some human knowing or some old memory that we all have. That's kind of how you leave. You leave through a tunnel or something like that.
Yep.
And then I could see the nurses
It's a
running
tunnel.
back into the room, and I could hear still with my ears my own heart flatline. And when they ran in, something in the energy of them running in or of me seeing them brought me back to my body. So I kind of slipped back down the tunnel into my body. They started checking on me. I could hear my heart beating again. And that was the first moment of starting to disconnect. The next day, I was being prepared for surgery, and I had a strong feeling to ask where my physical body was going. And the words came out of my mouth very soft because it was difficult to speak, but I could feel that the questioning wasn't coming from me. It was coming from somebody else or somewhere else, and that was important to know where I would be. So they said, you're going to go, up to this floor, you're going to go over to that room, then we're going to come back here, take this elevator. And once I knew exactly where I was going, I felt very much at peace, and I immediately began to observe my breathing. And I did this because I knew I might die. They told me, you may not wake up from surgery. You may die. And you have to know that. I guess it's a legal thing. They even had me sign a paper, which was quite difficult. My right hand wasn't working, so I'd use my left hand and kind of scratch something on the paper. And after I knew all of that was done, I was at peace, and I just began observing the breath coming into my nostrils, going out. And I did this so that I wouldn't have any thought of the future moment and any thought of what I was leaving behind if I were to die. And the more
Hence
I was
why
just
being in the
aware of
present moment is so
feeling of the breath, the
so
more
important.
the future and the past were released until I was very centered. And I think this helped in the experience of what was to come. The next memory I have is not going somewhere, but it was at the end of some long conversation. I was standing in front of a doorway, like an arched doorway. It was maybe 15 feet tall, but you have to understand that I was out of my body. So space and time and size doesn't really matter. But to me, it was just bigger. It was very tall. And I'm looking at the tapestry. The tapestry now is, I think, 10 feet tall. So it was a little higher than that. And within the doorway were 6 luminous beings of light. And on the edges of them were a white light that kind of radiated out into blue. And the blue faded all the way into the deepest darkness. And then there were kind of stars scattered about, and we were just floating in space. In the center of them, and it looked like they were wearing robes or they were kind of hooded, but it was incredibly peaceful. And in the center of their faces, it was dark. Now, I've shared this only twice before in interviews, and some people will say, oh, they had dark faces, they were demons. They were the most peaceful beings I've ever been in front of. And I've been asking them as I'm sewing, can you please give me some information that I can share about why I saw that, so that people will feel peaceful and nobody will be misled into thinking they were not peaceful and they were not benevolent and loving. The answer was they were coming from before light and before dark. Wherever this source of communication was coming from, it's before this separation. So we're living in a world now where we're very aware of good and bad. We're very aware of light and dark. It's very easy to see that difference, but it all comes from the same place, and it all comes back to the same place. There's something that exists that is even before light. It's where the light comes from. The faces of these people was so pure and so unified, and I could feel we're all a part of it. We're all interwoven and connected. That's what was at the center of them, and that's what I was speaking to. So if
Man, this near-death experience thing really does make you really change perspective on things.
Silence between a song. I won't speak any more to it, but they were very peaceful beings, and we were having the end of a conversation, and we were making an agreement. And there were two parts to this agreement. One was, you won't remember anything you've seen, because if you do, you'll never shut up about it. And that was the words they used. And it was funny to me because that's kind of how I would speak, and that's true. I can talk a lot, but I listen to their guidance, and I haven't talked about this that much. And then the second part was, you have to do the work, and I had no idea what the work was. We had our goodbye, and I was then turned away from them and started to move down. I could say a tunnel, but it was as though space was wide open, and I was just kind of moving forward and down. And I could start to see the hospital room, but it just existed in space. And as I became more aware of what I was looking at, I could see my body on the stretcher, and I could feel that I was running, but I felt so free. I felt like I had no bones in my body. I felt like I had no weight to my body. It was so much fun. I felt like I was trying to learn to run, but I didn't have to do anything, and I felt like my limbs were flopping around, but I didn't have any limbs. It was just like light spraying off me, or like rainbows coming out of me. And I know that sounds, hippy-dippy or whatever, but it was so nice. It was such a nice feeling. And as I moved forward my body, I could see the nurses in the room, and suddenly I merged with my body. But my vision, my external vision from the body and my human vision, it merged. And I could see the same thing I was seeing even before I entered my body. I started moving my limbs. I was so happy. The nurses kind of told me to settle down. And then the pain returned, but I was so fresh to the feeling of being human. It wasn't pain yet. It was just almost fun and enjoyable. Like, wow, this feels weird. Oh, I'm in a body again. I stayed in the hospital for 3 days. I couldn't move. I was in a neck brace. I had things coming out of my neck to drain blood. They had put in 6 screws, 2 in the front, 2 in the back, titanium scaffolding. It was strange because I could immediately feel cell phone tower radiation, and the scaffolding is titanium. Cell phone towers are titanium emitters. Our cell phones have titanium antennas. So I suddenly became aware of a new sensation. It took me a while to understand what I was feeling. It was as though I could feel somebody always speaking in my neck, or kind of humming in my neck. I returned home from the hospital. I was unable to move or use the restroom on my own. Thankfully, I have wonderful friends and family who would help assist me to the bathroom. And about a month after being home, I suddenly had the strange desire to pick up a needle and a thread. I have one here for reference, quite small. And I wanted to sew a rose, a very tiny rose, maybe like this big. I didn't really know why, but as soon as I started threading the needle through the cloth, I felt an incredible amount of joy and peace, similar to what I felt when I was standing in front of these beings. And I didn't know how I was doing it, but I knew what to do next with the sewing. I didn't know what it was supposed to become, but the same voice that had kind of been coming through me gave me the instruction, you need to choose a mantra. You need to choose a mental thought to hold as you're doing this action. I played around with some different ideas, but what I landed on was, may this stitch bring peace to many people. And at that time, friends were just coming over to visit me, and I was just hoping that I could share something with them to convey the peace that I felt when I left my body, and the peace that had kind of been gifted to me when I returned to my body. But it wasn't really anything given. It was just a reminder that we all have this peace within us, and that it's our greatest strength, and that an army of 10,000 men is not as strong as a peaceful abiding. That, a library full of books is not as helpful as just one line of verse that brings peace. And so I continued to sew with this idea of whatever I'm doing, may it be peaceful. And soon the words left. And then I realized, if I'm just peaceful, maybe somehow will translate into what I'm doing. Now it's been 4 years. Now it's been 12,000 hours of sewing. I've sewn in the Netherlands, Jamaica, South Africa, Costa Rica, Spain, Italy, Sri Lanka, Asheville, North Carolina, where I am right now, which I pray I can be here for a little while and just keep sewing. And what I've realized would take 12,000 hours to explain. Every time I'm sewing, I'm receiving some kind of wisdom, but it's not mine. It's just the general wisdom that exists in the ether, or that we're all connected to.
Yep.
But there are some points that I could kind of share, and I hope the right ones come to mind so that I can share them with you and it can bring you some sense of peace. The first one is we are all very interwoven, and each person, you watching this video, you're very important to the tapestry of everything. And
Yep,
there's no
important.
person on the planet who is in the wrong place, and nobody's doing the wrong thing. We're all learning. Now, there are some people that choose very difficult paths.
Yep.
And they are committing unwholesome actions. These are like bitter seeds that they're planting. They will produce bitter fruit, and from that they will learn. We live in a time where you can place an order online and you get the package the next day. So a lot of us are calibrated to the idea that things come immediately. But I was able to see when I left my body multiple lifetimes, and as I sow, those previous lifetimes have returned to memory. So I'm aware that some of our seeds that we plant take many lifetimes to germinate, many lifetimes to sprout, many lifetimes to bear fruit. But there is an order and a balance to everything. And when I'm sowing, sometimes in the garden area of this tapestry, I will lose that understanding. And I'll get a little scared. Maybe I turn on the news and I see what's happening. So then I'll move up and work on a galaxy. And when I'm sowing a galaxy, I'm shown that everything moves in perfect order. There's stars exploding, there are asteroids colliding, but there's an order to the energy of all of this rotation. And what that then reminds me is that if I'm inhabiting a space of peace, which is not easy, but I can do it by just observing my breathing and just being aware of where I am, and not allowing my mind to drift off. If I'm having the intention and attention of being peaceful, it's a resonance and it spreads out.
He said intention,
like
attention.
stone in a still pond of water, and it goes out and it hits the edges and it comes back. That resonance is felt by other people, and it also attracts me to other peaceful people. It also attracts me to other peaceful locations. And more I find I'm drawn to the mountains where I am right now, or I'm drawn to the forests, or the jungles, or the oceans, or the rivers. And each time I go into those spaces, I'm awash in peaceful energy. I'm around nothing but stillness. And then I'm aware again of why I'm sowing a tree at the center of this tapestry. So I'm not an artist. It's not like I was doing paint and then I started sewing. I just started sewing. I have no idea really what I'm doing. I just trust now that something's helping me. But the centerpiece is the tree. I've realized I could have sewn a face or a person, a peaceful person. But whenever we see artwork of an individual, we judge it because we've experienced people. And we know people can lie, people can be mean, people can hurt you. So we have some interpretation of any person we see, any face. But a tree, nobody judges the tree. Trees are very kind. And they grow wherever they're planted, and they just adjust to the surroundings. And if you cut them down, so be it, they're not going to scream. But the longer we allow a tree to grow, the more it gives to us. The more it gives us shade. The older it becomes, the more beautiful it becomes. And it always fashions and models itself to be the most beautiful tree in that area. And so I try to be, as much as I can, like a tree. I sit down, I have a needle and thread, and I just sew in meditation. I take long pauses just to observe my breathing and just to feel what I'm feeling in my body. And I realize that there's incredible strength in that. If I'm not speaking, I'm not harming anybody verbally. If I'm just sitting, I'm not harming anybody physically. And if I'm not focused on anything other than my breath, then I'm not harming anybody even in thought. I'm not having any resentful thoughts, any thoughts of anger or any thoughts of worry, all of which cause cancer. And that came through when I was sewing. The being kind of, I could say channeled it to me, but that sounds too woo-woo. But it was very clear tensions that we hold in our body get held somewhere in the physical form. Our minds are so super driven right now with our cell phones, and we're so visually attuned, we forget to feel our body. So as I sew, if I feel any tension in my body, I focus on that, I send it love and peace, and I just keep sewing. And this is kind of what's come out. If I have
love listening to Near Death.
parting message for you, it's this, that you're exactly where you need to be, and it's perfect. And there's a part of us that hates that idea and will resist it and say, no, that's not true because I have this issue with my mom or my friend or my job or where I live, or there will be something that we're resisting. Those things that come up and say, no, that's not true. It's not perfect because of fill in the blank. That's your teacher. And that's being presented to you because that's exactly where you need to work. if you turn and face whatever it is that is the tension in your life or the part that you don't like, if you can allow that to relax and you can let it go, which is difficult, if you can let it go, more beauty and more abundance and more peace will come into your life. And it's said a lot to let things go. It's very difficult to think about it and then somehow put it in a box and toss it away. And I'm not able to do that either. But what I am able to do is just be where I am. So right now, I'm looking at trees and the mountains. That's where I am. Right now, I can feel my breath. That's where I am. And the more I bring my attention to where I am, there's no space for any thoughts to come in. And the more I just inhabit now, the nicer it is. And
It's true.
the guidance I would offer, and you can try it later, I'm just planting a seed for you, is to sit in silence. You don't have to call it meditation. You don't have to call it prayer. We all have ideas of what prayer and meditation are, and we have some slight resistance to it. Otherwise, we'll be doing it more. But you literally just have to sit in silence with your legs folded and close your eyes. People who have NDEs all receive grand messages, beautiful visions, and it's beautiful to hear because it reminds us of something that we kind of know, and we kind of want that for ourselves. But if you want to receive a message, you have to do what everybody who has had an NDE has done. And what we've all done is close our eyes. Some of us for a while. People are in comas, but everybody checks out of their senses. And it's what the Buddha taught, and it's what Jesus taught. So I hope this video brings some sense of peace to you. And I'm going to continue to meditate every day. I hope and pray and have the desire that at some point you take some time, either when you wake up or before you go to bed, just to close your eyes and just to sit quietly and do nothing. If it hurts or it's painful or you're bored, just be with that. And give yourself a moment to receive some wisdom. Give yourself a moment to receive some visions. If you want a sign from God, maybe be quiet and let him say something. And I wish you the best on your path. I think we're all here to learn, and we're all on our own individual spiritual paths. But I think the best thing about the path is that around every turn you find a new friend, and you can say, "Oh yeah, this is the next turn. You take that one. That's a good one." So I'm the friend on the path just for today, and I'm saying, "Hey,
I like
a good
that.
path is just to sit down and be quiet." All right. Well, blessings to anybody
Thank
who's
you,
seen this.
brother.
I hope this is helpful.
That helps a lot.
Yeah, maybe we continue to plant good seeds, and may we continue to be good gardeners of the earth.
That was a really good one. I really enjoyed that. Thank you. Now there's going to be a bunch of near death on my channel. So I sent some of my drawings to another sister. And yeah. Interesting. I love that near-death experience that we just listened to. It was really helpful, and I really enjoy that. Because, we get tripped up on a whole bunch of shit. Yeah, we can use other near-death experiencers who have experienced like near-death in their life, and use their energy, their stories to our advantage, like that gentleman. There's a reason why today we were talking about NDEs, and I guess tomorrow I can name it NDE, or he's mentioning to just do nothing, sit and do nothing for a bit. Close your eyes, listen to the guidance. The answers always come in the nothingness, which is the everythingness. This is the greatest paradox. We think we got to keep doing and doing and doing and doing and allowing the universe to channel through me. But in reality, we don't have to do anything. We can just be, and we can get all the answers. Sitting and being is all we're meant to really be doing in this life. We are also meant to still take action from a state of joy and bliss and the now. The now is the only thing we have. It's fascinating. When you're talking, you're not listening. So when you're talking, you can't hear. It's like right now, I'm purposely talking to say this because there's a paradox to this. Right now, there's a cricket chirping, and I just heard it because I was silent, but I wasn't hearing it because I was talking. And I was thinking, am I in nighttime? Because that's, in nighttime you hear crickets. You don't really hear crickets during the daytime much. I mean, that's not really true, but normally at nighttime you hear the crickets because it's quieter. Daytime's a little bit louder, so you don't really hear them. That means they could always have been there, but we're just not paying attention. But because my eyes are closed, I know logically I'm in the daytime, but the body didn't feel like it was in the daytime for a moment. It felt like I was in the nighttime. Like I was sitting out here in the night. And I know what that feels like because I was sitting out here until 9:30 last night playing Dead by Daylight with 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 brother T-Bray. And planes are not really flying as much in the evening at that time. Like there are still planes flying, but they're not like the daytime. But when you're talking, you're not listening. And if you're attempting to hear God, the creator, sometimes we just have to quiet down the mind and not talk. taking a moment to pause. We're going to start to play out at 1. I'm just going to sit and just be. No thoughts. And if anything comes through, just listen to it. See if it aligns. Today's ab day will be Caroline. And then we'll be doing lower body. Play like lower body, like knees, ankles, hips, hamstring. Oh, would you look at that? It's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna start shortly. Give my body a little bit of time to rejuvenate from that. We sat for about, what, 30 minutes? Give or take. Sometimes you just gotta sit and be. Not sometimes, most of the times you just gotta sit and be. Yep. We gonna get rolling soon.
If you edit your own video.
Okay. We are just going to... What is this? No nap. More, after listening to the, welcome back, by the way. More, just being. Because, like, after listening to that near death, like that last one that we just listened to with the guy, and one of the things he said, which was very important, was to just do nothing. Just close your eyes and do nothing. Just sit and just listen. So I was doing my best to listen, but of course I was kind of dipping in and out. I know that much. I wasn't sleeping because I was conscious of what was going on. It's just more so like doing my best to listen to like what's around me. And I was mentioning like before I kind of like was going like I was speaking and there was a cricket that was chirping, but I didn't hear the cricket at first until I closed my eyes. And then when I was closing my eyes, as I closed my eyes, I was hearing the cricket chirping, not the cicadas making their buzzy sound that they're doing right now. Because right now you can hear the buzzy, but like there was a cricket, and when I was closing the eyes and listening to that the cricket was making, I was thinking, is it nighttime? It's not nighttime. I know it's not nighttime. It's daytime, but it feels like nighttime. Because like you only hear crickets generally in the nighttime. You don't hear them during the day. They don't go like crick crick or whatever they do. I did like go kaput for a moment. I was tuning in because like before I went and did this, you get your answers in the nothingness, and the nothingness is the everythingness. That's the great paradox. You know, it's funny because every time we are looking for the answer is always yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that's him. Right now he's in good state, but like other times not so much. Yeah, normally he's with his shirt on too. It's interesting. We got abs to do. Yeah, stillness. So stillness is like. Well, let's see. What do you think your definition of stillness is? It's not going to be wrong, but what's your definition right now of stillness? What do you think that is? I'll give you my definition afterwards. Let me see if again, there's nothing wrong. There's never going to be wrong, but what's your definition of stillness? Let's go exploring for a moment. What does that word mean to you? From your own from your own consciousness. But the epicness happens in the nothingness. I like that. A calm, motionless state. Yeah, the stillness is definitely that. For me, stillness encompasses the now, which encompasses being in a state of like relaxation, which is encompassing motionless there. Calm, which you've mentioned, which is also serenity. I don't think it's supposed to rain, but there's some clouds just rolling in. It's okay. I only have abs to do, so I'm not in any rush. Abs and then my lower Thursdays I do lower body of my mobility training, which is only 4 exercises. Yeah, so that's a good way. So you get your answers in the nothingness and the stillness. That's why they say, be still and know that you are God, even though the Bible verse says, be still and know that I am God. And someone's thinking, I am God, it's someone above. But no, it's actually you. It's just a lot of people just with their consciousness thinking that it's outside of them. I don't know if you were hearing me talk about this, but a lot of people from the good old days, they took the words from a person like a priest, right, saying that be still and know that God is up there and like you are, like God is outside of you, which isn't true. It's actually right there, slap dab middle in your heart, in your consciousness. It's just we've been we get tripped up in this third dimensional reality because we're thinking life is happening to us and not by us and as us. I forgot that recently myself. I actually forgot about that for a whole month. And it's funny because as I'm seeing my bank account go dwindling, I see that my energy is going down, and I'm like, that's not how this works. Just because your bank number is going down, that doesn't mean your energy should be going down. You should be keep going up. Now, of course, energy is gonna flip flop, ebbs and flows of life, but guess what you get to do? Every time you've gone down, that means you've risen. That means you can stop yourself in that moment. And you're like, wait a minute, I was once at the top. So that means you can rise again. And that means it starts from your state of being. It starts from your conscious awareness. It starts with your positive attitude. And I don't mean toxic positivity, but really emanating. You feel your feelings and you know that everything is turning out in your highest alignment. Because it is. It always is. You're always where. It's what that guy said in at the end of the video. He says, "If I can bring some peace to you," he said this, and I've said this. You are where you're meant to be, exactly where you're supposed to be, doing exactly what you're meant to do. And he said, like, the thing that, like, he's like, well, I'm with my mom or I'm in a place I don't want to live. It's actually where you're supposed to work until you're not meant to work there, because like it's your great teacher, it's your great mirror. And I know this is my great mirror, and I see the paradox of this because had I not gone through what I just went through, I couldn't have undo the healing, or I couldn't have not undo the heal, undo the damage and just escape. I have to finish what I started here, seeing this as paradise, leave HIIT once and for all, and head off over to San Diego, back home, because that's where home is. Home is that's where I'm going to be doing where I'm supposed to be going. That much is clear. Yeah. Anyways, the answer comes in the silence, in the nothingness. That silence, that energy, it comes to you through energy. That it comes through your being as an energy, and that energy gets converted into a tangible knowing that you're able to feel, and it gets translated so that you can understand what you got to do. Hence why, like you'll know, like when you get up from the morning, like you have this tangible knowing, not logic, that you got to go and do X, Y, and Z things. Not because you have to, it's because you're supposed to do what you're supposed to do, like, get up and go use the bathroom. Go and brush your teeth. Maybe make something to eat or drink. Most people, they drink coffee to wake them up. For me, it's going into the bathroom and brushing my teeth with my left hand to stimulate the neurons in the different side of the brain. It's for me to sit in a squat. It's for me to breathe. I am where I'm meant to be in every present moment. What the fuck? I don't even know how I did that. Yeah. I don't even know what I did on my tab, but whatever. Yeah. That's why I'm like listening to these near-death experiences, and it sounds really cool. Near-death experience. Gay millionaire died. What he saw about LGBTQ people in there's no such thing as hell, though. See, this one's fear-mongering. You are not in reality, you are reality.
If you were to master being present, you'd actually be able to feel it.
Yeah,
you
that's
would
true.
actually be able to feel that everything is here and now if you mastered being present. If you got out of the constructs of past and future, past, if we stopped being delusional and we mastered the present moment, we would actually be able to tangibly feel that everything is here and now.
Bar.
We would actually be able to tangibly feel the fullness of the now and then be infinitely grateful for the fact that you are source, that you are everything, and everything is within you. The truth is, you're the entire reality. The entire reality is created of your consciousness. It's no different than the dream you have at night. You understand that you are just awareness, you're pure awareness. You destroy any identification with the human form, which is your limitation program. Because the truth is, you're the entire reality. You're not the one person. That's the peephole that you're looking through at your reality through. This illusion of a human person. It's an illusion. The whole thing's an illusion. It's all hologram.
Yep.
So how long it's going to take to quote unquote deprogram is how long it's going to take for you to realize that this is a dream and that anything is possible. And that the way fairy tales work, the fairy tales we used to read as a kid, that's the way life really works when we get rid of all of our limitations, our self-imposed limitations. All limitations are self-imposed, and all of them belong to our fake character. You are the source, not the seeker. Feel it. You be able to feel it. The only way to feel it is to master being present. You lock yourself in the present moment and refuse to come out for any reason. Number one, the only reason we react is because we don't know we're the creator, okay, which creates a feeling of helplessness and powerlessness, which is then causes this reaction, which then recreates what we don't want, okay? So reacting is recreating what we don't want. Responding to any situation that's in front of you is what a creator does, and they can only do that, you can only respond from the awareness that you're the creator, you're the one that's creating everything around you. And the moment we understand we're the creator, we stop reacting to things around us. So, I mean, this is the most simple to understand way to start developing mastery is to understand that whatever we react to, we recreate, we regenerate it in our experience. So when we understand that, there's no reason to react anymore. When we understand we're the creator, we're creating everything in our experience, there's no longer a reason to get triggered and then become reactive. This is when we're not masterful, we're very reactionary. So what we want to do is respond from the present moment awareness that we are the creator. I promise you that will change everything in your life.
We are the creators, absolutely.
And it's what's blocking all of everything you ever wanted. The human character is what's blocking it, and the belief that you're a human person is what's blocking your access to everything. Your belief in the authenticity of subject-object paradigm, that you're a human person inside of a world, if that didn't exist, you'd have everything you wanted right now, because you would realize that you are everything you want.
Yep. You are everything you want. You are everything you desire. You are everything you desire.
Being present, you'd actually be able to feel it.
You are everything you desire to be.
Everything is here now. If you master being present, if you got out of the constructs of past and future, past, future, past, if we stop being delusional and we master the present moment, we would actually be able to tangibly feel that everything is here and now. We would actually be able to tangibly feel the fullness of the now and then be infinitely grateful for the fact that you are source, that you are everything, and everything is within you.
Everything is within you.
You're the entire reality. The entire reality is created of your consciousness. It's no different than the dream you have at night.
Yes, exactly. We are everything.
You're the entire reality. The entire reality is created of your consciousness. It's no different than the dream you have at night. You understand that you are just awareness, you're pure awareness. You destroy any identification with the human form, which is your limitation program.
Welcome back.
Because
You're
the
good.
truth is, you're the entire reality. You're not the one person. That's the.
What was I saying to you
you're looking through at your reality
before you left?
This,
I didn't know that you left.
Of a human person. It's an illusion. The whole thing's an illusion. It's all hologram.
I'm listening to Pete right now.
So how long it's going to
This
take
is just a quick, short video.
Is how long it's going to take for you to realize that this is a dream and that anything is possible, and that the way fairy tales work. The fairy tales we used to read as a kid, that's the way life really works when we get rid of all of our limitations, our self-imposed limitations. All limitations are self-imposed, and all of them belong to our fake character. You are the source, not the seeker. Feel it.
You are the source.
The only way to feel it is to master being present. To lock yourself in the present.
See you later, bro. Love you, dude.
Number one, the only reason we react is because we don't know we're the creator, okay, which creates a feeling of helplessness and powerlessness, which is then causes this reaction, which then recreates what we don't want, okay? So reacting is recreating
We got
what we don't
abs
want.
to do in a moment.
Responding to any situation that's in front of you is what a creator does, and they can only do that, you can only respond from the awareness that you're the creator, you're the one that's creating everything around you. And the moment we understand we're the creator, we stop reacting to things around us.
Bar.
So, I mean, this is the most simple to understand way to start developing mastery is to understand that whatever we react to, we recreate, we regenerate it in our experience. So when we understand that, there's no